previewing for you what a future decision might be. I think it's essential that the
Warsh,
Fed make decisions in the room.
Mr. Warsh, I'm not asking you what decision you would make. Obviously, that's going to be up to you. I'm asking you for the framework in which you think about these things. And it seems a pretty straightforward question about what would happen if we reduced interest rates by the end of this year to 1% or less. And under the Bernanke model, and I think almost every economist or most economists would say that that will drive up prices. And so that's what I'm asking you. Would you agree that that would likely drive up prices?
So, Senator, the Fed has two important monetary policy tools. One is interest rates, and the other is a balance sheet that we created in the 2008 financial crisis. Those tools should be working in concert, not at cross purposes. So it's hard for me to isolate one variable when we'd have to have a discussion on the other.
All right.
But generally, sorry.
Well, let me just say this was a pretty clear question about the framework in which these decisions are made. I have heard you talk about how AI may change that calculation. Yes. I will just say, and I think you know this, I mean, I have this, you know, the Financial Times pointed out the economists reject Kevin Warsh's claim that the AI boom will enable rate cuts. And I find it just implausible to suggest that by the end of this year, AI would produce such increases in productivity that it could reduce in a rate cut to below 1%. And you can't tell me that that would very likely increase prices.
So, Senator, can I say two things? First,
Senator.
Sorry.
Quickly.
Sorry. Monetary Policy Center works with long and variable lags, quite famously. If the Fed were to make a decision today about the conduct of policy, it's likely to find its way to the real economy 6, 9, or 12 months later. So it's difficult to judge policy today for an immediate result. And that would be my only concern about the framing of your question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In closing, this is what concerns me, is that your views now have sort of flipped to conform with where the President of the United States is. And that's been a concern many of us have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Kennedy?
I want extra time, Mr. Chairman.
I know,
Consider these 5 minutes of parliamentary inquiry. Professor, what's a sock puppet?
I heard the reference from Senator Warren.
Yeah, earlier. What is it?
I'm not sure I know. Okay. I think it's that thing you stick your hand in.
Yeah, kind of like this?
Yes.
What's a human sock puppet? Isn't a human sock puppet somebody who'll do what somebody else tells them to do?
I think that's what the senator was trying to suggest. I think that was the innuendo.
Are you going to be the president's human sock puppet?
Senator, absolutely not.
Are you going to be anybody's human sock puppet?
No, I'm honored the president nominated me for the position, and I'll be an independent actor if confirmed as chairman of the Federal Reserve.
My friend, Senator Warren, and she, as my friend, suggested that, I wrote it down, you will use your power, you might use your power to bail out your friends if they get in trouble, kind of like President Biden did with Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank. She didn't say the last part, I just did. Are you going to do that?
No, Senator.
Okay. The ethics folks, they've cleared you, but they've said you've got to sell some assets. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And these assets that you have, you can't just hold a yard sale, can you?
No, not for most of them, sir.
Okay, so it takes a reasonable period of time, right?
Yes, sir.
And you've promised to sell them, right?
I did.
And if you don't sell them, we'll know, and the ethics folks will know, right?
Yes, I'd be in violation of the ethics agreement if I refuse to sell them.
But you're going to sell them, right?
Yes, Senator, I will.
Okay. Can we agree that politicians have the right to offer you advice about what to do with interest rates?
Senator, we can agree, and it's not something that I would shy away from. I've heard many senators from this very committee in years past express strong views on interest rates.
Okay.
Humble central bankers should be listening and then making their own decisions.
But some politicians matter more than others. And generally speaking, presidents matter, their opinion matters more than, say, a senator. President Trump has offered his opinion about what you ought to do with interest rates. Is that right?
Senator, he has not made his opinion on that a secret to anybody.
Yeah. And every president has that you're aware of.
Yes,
Hasn't it?
and they all tend to be in the same direction, Senator Kennedy.
Okay. Now, the problem is, can we agree that your credibility as Fed chairman is the most important thing you have?
It's the most important thing to me, it's the most important thing to the institution, and it's the most important thing to the successful conduct of policy.
Okay?
If the
That's
markets
that's a
think that you're-
yes, right?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. The problem is that President Trump has said he's not going to appoint anybody who wouldn't agree to lower interest rates. Have you agreed with the president that you're going to lower interest rates?
Senator, I'm glad you framed it that way. The president never asked me to predetermine, commit, fix, decide on any interest rate decision in any of our discussions, nor would I ever agree to do so.
So the president has never sat you down, looked you in the eye, and said, here's the deal, Scooter, I'm going to appoint you, but you got to agree to lower interest rates. That didn't happen, or did happen?
The president never once asked me to commit to any particular interest rate decision, period, and nor would I ever agree to do so if he had, but he never did. I was honored he nominated me. Like everyone else in the committee in the world, I've heard his view on interest rates. It sounded very similar to me to every other president in economic history that I've studied.
Okay, I've got one more question because I'm about to run out of my parliamentary inquiry time. I've heard your argument the last few months about artificial intelligence has made us so productive, labor so productive that companies don't have to raise prices. Therefore, inflation isn't a problem. Therefore, rates can be cut. Do you really believe that right now?
No, that is not how I would characterize the story on AI.
Okay, but you've said what I just said, haven't you?
I have said that this is the most disruptive moment in modern economic history in the U.S. and the world. I've said that artificial intelligence, AI, short
Okay,
for
let me
American
stop you
ingenuity,
because
can have a big
the
effect.
chair's going to cut me off.
Oops, sorry.
Here's my worry, that a lot of this stuff about artificial intelligence making us more productive is a bunch of hype by people who want to sell stock in an IPO. Okay, I'd be careful there.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll get to my 5 minutes in a little bit.
So, you come back about midnight, sir, we'll go ahead. Start it all over again. Brand new day, sir, brand new day. Thank you for your patience. Senator
Thank you.
Cortez Masto.
Thank you. Mr. Warsh, thank you for taking the time with me. I appreciate meeting with you. Congratulations on this nomination, and welcome to all your family, friends who are here. Let me talk to you about a couple of things. It's really around economic theory, and we have talked a little bit about this when we were meeting. Inflation has been above the Fed's target for 5 years. Would you agree with that?
Yes, Senator.
Yeah,
yes.
and core PCE inflation has been running at about 3%, a full point above that Fed target, correct?
Yes.
And so some Federal Reserve officials have said that this excess is due to tariffs. Do you agree with that?
Senator, I don't. If I can make 2 points.
Please.
Much as we discussed in your office, I think the data that's being used to judge inflation is quite imperfect data. And among the projects that the economics profession, and if I'm confirmed as chairman of the Fed needs to do, is to try to use our new understanding and new data sources to see what's really the inflation rate in the economy. We used to use core PCE, core measures, so we'd exclude food and energy because it was sort of a rough swag as to what was going on. We don't have to do a rough swag anymore. What I'm most interested in is what's the underlying inflation rate, not what's the one-time change in prices because of a change in geopolitics or a change in beef, but what's the underlying generalized change in prices in the economy. And my broad sense is that these inflation risks and the inflation damage the last several years is improving somewhat. It has improved somewhat in the last year. The measures I prefer are looking at things that are called trimmed averages, where we take out all of the tail risks, all of the one-off items, and we ask ourselves whether the generalized change in prices is having second-order effects on the economy. Again, they're not where they should be, but I think that the trend is quite favorable.
And these trend averages and the data that you're looking at now, it's not traditionally the norm that economists would use in this position. Is that correct?
Some in the economics profession are increasingly looking to these median type measures, but among the projects I would hope to undertake as one of the first reforms at the Fed is a data project where we would go off and we would evaluate with the public sector and the private sector, including the Bureau of Labor Statistics, a survey of 1 billion prices. And what I'm really most interested, Senator, is what's the change of that 500 millionth and one price? Because that's inflation. That's a change in the generalized level. In a market economy, prices change all the time, and I don't want to be confused by that. I want to know what inflation really is, and I still think there's some work to do.
And I respect, listen, I'm listening to you today and talking with you. I respect you truly believe as an economist and a theorist in this theory, in what you are talking to us today about, which is traditionally not the norm. And many are disagreeing with you on that and publicly disagreeing. And so I understand that. But I guess the position I have is I hope you're right. But at the end of the day, my concern is people are suffering right now with high costs, and we need to address it. And I don't know how long it's going to take for your economic theory to gain traction or to be proven that it's going to benefit so many people in this country right now. And here's one other thing, because I don't have that much time, and this is what is also a concern of mine, so I want you to address it. Earlier, you've been on the Federal Reserve Board, and you were there during the financial crisis of 2008. You and I talked about this. I was the Attorney General then. It hit Nevada so hard. Here's what I do know, and at that time, in 2006, you attended numerous meetings where housing experts pleaded with you to stop predatory mortgages. In fact, Gail Burks, who was the CEO of Nevada's Fair Housing at that time, who I worked with, repeatedly warned Fed leadership, including you, about predatory lending practices such as flipping loans or misinforming seniors about reverse mortgages. And in 2007, you said, and I quote, "Subprime mortgages have gotten a bad name in this environment, and in some cases, that's not just." You also said that you don't see any immediate systemic risk issues among big banks. And you said that at that time. And then just recently, and this is what I want you to address, Senator Warren has said that you told her you had no regrets during this tenure. How can we trust that your economic theory, when you were wrong then, is going to be the accurate theory we need now to help so many families and businesses that are struggling with the policies that we're dealing with now?
Senator, let me address a few things. The chairman is going to cut me off when he must, but I would say this. For many years before the global financial crisis, I warned about the very real risks of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac blowing up, which they did. I think that part of the housing market was vulnerable for many years, and not enough was done about it, even in spite of my protestations and my urging about GSE reform. It wasn't done. I think that compounded the financial crisis. Secondly, I think subprime mortgages then, subprime assets then, were indicative of prices of almost every financial asset that were mispriced. What I suggested then and what I believe now is that subprime mortgages were just indicative of a set of prices that were incorrect, and they all repriced. Just to give one fine example before I turn to the chairman.
Perhaps no examples right now.
Okay, sorry.
Let's go to Senator
Thank you.
Haggerty. I want to give you the opportunity to finish that exchange.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Warsh, I want to welcome you and your family. And I want the committee to know that I've known Kevin Warsh for 30 years. We first crossed paths back in 1992, shortly after Kevin graduated from Stanford. We both worked on the White House staff at that point in time. And I just want to say this, that the man testifying before us today is the same man that I got to know then. Serious, disciplined, with a true heart for public service. And I want to say this, I've said it before, Kevin Warsh is the man for the moment. His background, his experience, and his discipline are precisely what we need to bring our economy into its full potential. I'm delighted to see him here today as we both reinforce competence here at home and do the same thing abroad. And if I think about Kevin's qualifications, think about the contrast with the nominations that we saw with the last administration. I think this committee will recall that President Biden nominated a prospective federal bank regulator, frankly, a graduate of Moscow State University in Russia, who advocated for replacing private bank deposits with retail accounts held at the central bank. Those who might criticize Kevin for his private sector success miss the point. Kevin's experience is not a liability, it's an asset. It brings a practical understanding in terms of how markets function to bear, how capital is allocated, and how policy decisions shape the real economy. Mr. Warsh, how will your experiences in both the public and the private sector shape your governance of the Fed should you be confirmed?
Senator, thank you very much, and thanks for the kind introduction. For your colleagues on this panel, Senator Haggard and I shared a desk in 91 and 92, so I've known him for a very long time. I think my prior experience at the Fed, which some of your colleagues made reference to, are going to allow me to hit the ground running. This is as consequential a moment for the U.S. economy and frankly for the institution as at any point since the late 1970s. And so my experience at the Fed, my understanding of the people, the culture, the governance, and of the things that are ripe for reform are going to give me a leg up. We don't have a long time to do new studies and contemplate what reform should be. We have a short window to try to bring inflation back down to where it should be to ensure price stability. And because AI that Senator Kennedy referenced is so consequential, and AI is quickly becoming at something like escape velocity, it's important to revisit the Fed's models and see whether this innovation cycle, while it could have over time improvements in the price level and make the Fed's job on inflation easier, there's a question about what that means for employment, which is another part of the Fed's mandate. So I think that's part and parcel of what my background and suggestion and history would suggest. But if I can make one other point, what the Fed needs is a reform to its frameworks and reforms to its communications. I've seen what the Fed's done well, and often I'll give them one cheer or two, but now more than ever, the Federal Reserve needs 3 cheers, and that's what I hope to deliver.
Well, let's stay on this point, particularly, and you've mentioned this in your commentary, the point of the Fed's mission creep over the years. If you think about what the Fed has done, they've strayed into what I would call politically contentious areas. They've gone well beyond their core mandate. And we've seen this across the Federal Reserve System. And what the Fed has done is eroded its credibility as what it should be, which is an apolitical and independent central bank. In bank regulation and supervision, the Fed's focused on non-material and often politically charged areas. I'm thinking about climate change policy here. Elsewhere in the Federal Reserve System, we've seen regional reserve banks used as platforms for promoting very divisive partisan policies. There I'm thinking about DEI, climate policy, even racial reparations. The Minneapolis Fed even went so far as to publicly lobby for an amendment to a state constitution on education policy. How far beyond the remit can they get? In the 2020 Monetary Policy Review, the Fed even sought to redefine its legislative mandate of maximum employment as a broad-based and inclusive goal, close quote. I mean, that's tacitly understood to mean that the Fed should accept higher inflation to privilege select groups of Americans. And while the Fed undertook this social engineering, it also financially engineered a massive footprint in our market. QE provided near unlimited bid for government debt, which of course made it easy for us to subsidize more government debt here. It subsidized government financing, and it encouraged, frankly, what I view as very reckless federal spending. In each of these examples, we see a clear pattern. The Fed has strayed beyond its core mandate to encroach upon policy decisions that ought to be left to those of us that are democratically accountable. Mr. Warsh, the Fed's own actions have eroded its credibility. What do you think should be done to regain public trust?
Senator, robust reform. The Fed can deliver on the mandate that you gave it if it sticks to its knitting. As it wanders into areas upon which it has neither authority or expertise, it loses its focus. And I'll just give one example. In 2020, as you reference, when the Federal Reserve changed its inflation framework in August of 2020, inflation was running at around 1.72%. And the Fed changed its framework, rewrote in some sense the remit you gave, and they asked for a little more inflation. They ended up with a lot more, and that was the foundation for the inflation surge that happened in the subsequent years, which we're still living with.
Thank you, Mr. Warsh. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Warsh. It's still morning. Let me start with this. I think you have said that you have confidence that this economy has potential. I think that's fair to say. And you've also said that this is a time of great consequence for the nation's economy, perhaps one of the most significant hinge points in a couple of generations. That's fair to say?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. And so I agree with that. And I actually want to go a bit further because I think that it seems to me that this economy is amazing for rich people, people who have a lot of capital. And in fact, we can see in 2025, billionaire wealth grew 3 times faster than the average rate of the previous 5 years. And wealthy households hold a massive portion of the nation's wealth. And this, I think, is the tipping point that our economy actually faces right now. And I can tell you that in Minnesota, a lot of people are telling me that it is harder and harder for them to afford the basics. They aren't rich. They don't have enough money to pay their bills, to pay their doctor's bills. So I want to look at this with you for a few minutes. And I want to start with inflation. So last week, President Trump said that gas prices are, quote, not very high, and, quote, we're having some fake inflation because of the fuel. So understanding what you've been saying about data and measurement and all of that, let me just ask you, do you think that gas prices going up 20% is fake inflation?
Senator, the gas prices like beef prices, eggs, milk, and the rest, they move. And when they move in the wrong direction, the American people are hurting by it. There's no
That's
question
right.
about it.
That's right. American people feel it. It's not fake to them. It's money that they don't have in their pocket because gas is up 20%. I think my constituents would say that that inflation is real and not fake. Okay, so let's look at unemployment. At the State of the Union, the president said, quote, the roaring economy, excuse me, this is the quote, the roaring economy is roaring like never before. So do you agree with that statement? Is that how you see the economy, that is roaring like never roaring before?
So Senator, if I can clarify 2 things. One, there's a difference between the change in prices and inflation. The change in prices happen in a market economy. When inflation moves up, that's because the Fed had something to do with it. Now, on the state of the economy, I would say that the broad contours of the economy are improving. The potential of the economy, the real results of the economy are improving, but I think it can improve more. And I think in the years ahead, I think the economy's potential is strengthening.
So, the reality is that the economic data, understanding what you're saying about economic data being not imperfect, that there was almost 0 job growth in 2025. And so that looks to me like not a roaring economy. It looks like a weak economy, which is what my constituents are telling me back in Minnesota. Let me go to one last look at this. Around the country, the average cost of home insurance rose 12% last year. Now, in my home state of Minnesota, not a coastal state, premiums rose 34% in 2025. This is, of course, caused by extreme weather events, hail, floods, tornadoes, hurricanes, climate change. So is that inflationary in your perspective? Is that increase in home insurance, property and casualty insurance, isn't that inflation?
So, Senator, if I can answer 2 questions that I think I heard, and we talked about both of these in your office. When we look at the payroll numbers every month and we ask ourselves whether it's good or bad, the job you gave to the Federal Reserve is to ensure we're at maximum sustainable employment. I think broadly speaking, the economy is running about close to full employment, though we never know what the right number is. So if Americans that want a job can find a job, then by the Fed's metric, we're at full employment. On the question of insurance premiums and the rest, when I look broadly across the economy, I would say when we look at healthcare, when we look at education, we look at housing, those prices have tended to go up more. In the less regulated parts of the economy, we've seen a downward structure, a downward change in prices, and we try to aggregate them the best we can.
But, so I'm not exactly sure what your point is there, but I would just say that my point here is that rising home insurance rates caused by increasing extreme weather events, climate change, is another inflationary pressure that people in my state are dealing with. And this, of course, the reason I'm focusing on this is because I'm worried that because of the pressure that you are going to be under from the president to lower interest rates, that this inflationary pressure that my constituents are feeling is going to get worse and not better. And so I don't have time to ask my last question, but it is literally this. The president has said that he demands that the next Fed chair will lower interest rates. And I take him at his word at that, and that is what causes me such grave concern here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am. Senator Lomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Mr. Warsh, and congratulations on your nomination. And thanks for appearing before this committee, and taking both the positive questions and some of the hostility. I apologize for my colleagues' behavior when it strays outside of decorum. My first question is about the balance sheet of the Fed. What is your view about the size of the balance sheet currently?
Thank you, Senator. As we talked about in your office, the Fed balance sheet has played a particularly, I think, unhelpful role in helping the Fed achieve its dual mandate. The senator had just mentioned what she described as the increase for financial assets relative to real assets. Well, part of that is the Federal Reserve. The Fed is not blameless in that as it's grown the Fed's balance sheet, grown its imprimatur on the economy, those with financial assets have benefited from it. The reason why I prefer monetary policy to use interest rates as the dominant force is interest rates affect a far broader cross-section of the economy. Interest rates get in the cracks. If we were to cut rates, then broader number of people will benefit from it versus quantitative easing, which tends to move through financial assets first. Half of our fellow Americans don't own any financial assets, so they're wondering what's in it for them. Broadly speaking, Senator, on the balance sheet, I was involved in 2008 and 9 in response to the global financial crisis that Senator Warren referenced, and we used extraordinary measures and created a bigger balance sheet. But we agreed to do that only in the times of emergencies, only when interest rates were pinned to zero. The big balance sheet has become an ordinary recurring force, and I think has been quite unhelpful, and is part of the reason why the Fed is in the business of politics. Slowly and deliberatively, I believe we need a smaller central bank balance sheet. It took us 18 years to create this big balance sheet that's done quite a bit of harm, it strikes me, to the Fed's credibility. Working with the Treasury Secretary, we're going to have to find out a way in which we can take the balance sheet and make it smaller, because a large balance sheet where the Fed owns more outstanding debt than many parts of the financial markets, that's fiscal policy in disguise. Fed needs to get out of the fiscal business, focus on the monetary business, so the Fed can deliver on the remit you gave us.
Thanks for that response, because some of us don't appreciate the connection between the size of the Fed's balance sheet and interest rates. With regard to interest rates, can you tell us a little bit about your conversations with President Trump about interest rates?
Yeah, I don't want to put words in the president's mouth, but I think he has said loudly and clearly his view on interest rates. Don't think I'm breaking any news here. But I can tell you what I said, and what I said to the president is what I've said to this committee and what I've frankly been writing about for more than a decade. Interest rates are the much better way to be using monetary policy than buying bonds and mortgages, some of which are issued from the United States Treasury Department. That is a confusion of roles. That leads to a set of mission creep. So interest rates are the dominant tool, and interest rates, as I mentioned, get in the cracks. My broad view on the conduct of policy from here is that too many Fed officials, past and present, opine in advance about where they think interest rates should be next meeting, next quarter, next year. I think that's quite unhelpful. As we've heard today from many of your colleagues, we don't know the state of AI. We can't be certain about the state of geopolitics. The economy is going to change. You need central bankers that are humble, that are nimble, that are open-minded, that can react when we have good data, when events strike us. My broad view is that interest rates need to be forward-looking, need to be based on better data, and we should have a big, robust deliberation inside the FOMC. I tend to favor messier meetings than some, where people don't show up with rehearsed scripts, but we can have a good family fight. If the central bank has that good family fight, I think that they're going to make better decisions. And if they happen to make mistakes, they'll correct them sooner. So I'm not one for pre-deciding what interest rates should be. I never said to the president where I think rates should be. I never committed. So,
Quick yes or no. Do you believe that digital assets should be incorporated into our financial industry so Americans have new investment opportunities and consumer protections?
Senator, digital assets are already part of the fabric of our financial services industry in the United States. Yes.
Thanks, Mr. Walsh.
Senator Warnock?
Thank you, Brother Chair. Mr. Warsh, congratulations on your nomination, and I appreciated our time together in my office a few weeks ago. If confirmed, you will serve as chair of one of the most powerful economic institutions in the world. Decisions you make would move markets, affect Americans' retirement savings and ability to buy homes. It would influence the global economy. You currently serve as a lecturer at Stanford University. If you were to assign, if Professor Warsh were to assign a letter grade to the American economy today for the average working family, what grade would you assign?
Senator, it was good to meet with you in your office. You know, in modern academic institutions, they give everybody A's, so it's not a fair comparison. Especially at elite universities, I know everyone gets perfect grades.
Well, what grade would you give the economy?
Well, if I gave a student anything other than an A, the dean would summon me to his office because I would have hurt his self-image.
Well, the Americans that I talk to, particularly in the state of Georgia, who haven't had the benefit of attending some of these elite institutions, are trying to make their lives work. They're sitting around their kitchen tables trying to figure out how to put their kids through school. And regardless of how the markets are doing, consumer confidence is at a record low. So that's their grade on the economy. Working families are struggling, and things are getting worse. The inflation rate has remained elevated above the Fed's 2% target rate throughout President Trump's term, despite his promise to lower inflation. The president's war in Iran has spiked energy prices by 11%, and Americans are paying on average nearly $4 a gallon of for gas because of the war. We've lost nearly 90,000 manufacturing jobs since President Trump took office. He promised us a manufacturing boom. We've lost 90,000 manufacturing jobs. And Americans already dealing with high prices paid $1,000 more per household in 2025 as a direct result of President Trump's illegal tariffs, which he remains committed to in spite of the Supreme Court's decision. He does even better than this practice of, these institutions. When asked what grade he would give the economy, he said an A, and then he thought about it and said, no, actually A plus plus plus. And as I thought about his answer, I was wondering who was he talking about? Who is it an A plus for? Certainly not the ordinary working class Georgians that I'm fighting for every single day. Maybe the people closest to him. But I'm hard pressed to think that folks across the state of Georgia who are looking at their grocery bill, looking at their gas bill, looking at the $1,000 that they've had to pay would give the economy an A plus plus. What are your thoughts?
Senator, thank you. If the Fed were to execute on a series of policy reforms, then I believe the economy can be stronger. I believe inflation can be lower, and I believe real take-home pay can be higher. I think the Fed is not blameless for the divergence you described between those that have financial assets and those that don't. Had the balance sheet not been brought from the $800 billion level when I showed up at the Fed in 2006 to an order of magnitude higher, if the Fed had kept a smaller balance sheet, the way the senator I just talked about a few moments ago, I think interest rates could be lower, inflation could be better, and the economy could be stronger.
Yeah, you discussed your theory of the case with me in that regard. But I think you would agree that the recognition, I think implicit in your testimony is the recognition that this is not a plus economy. In your economy, in your testimony, you note the importance of price stability and correctly note that inflation means people lose purchasing power, particularly harming low-income folks. But I also noticed your testimony did not really discuss the Fed's other mandate, and that's to maximize employment. Inflation is critically important, but if you don't have a job, you're in trouble. Do you view the Fed's mandate for maximizing employment as equally important to its price stability mandate? And are you concerned about weak job growth numbers?
Before the nominee answers the question, the senator from the elite university, Morehouse, is out of time. So I appreciate the question, but we will have the answer submitted for the record.
I know you wanted to attend Morehouse College. I'm sorry.
Everybody wants to attend Morehouse, by the way, but I am a Charleston Southern buck.
I appreciate
Very happy about that. He couldn't get into Charleston Southern, but it's good you got in somewhere. This is good.
If you can't get into Morehouse, go to Stanford.
Everybody's got jokes up here, so we'll go to Senator Brett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I get started, I want to emphasize that transparency and accountability at the Fed are absolutely vital. The American people need to have trust in our government. We need to have trust in our government agencies, and that includes transparency and accountability at the Fed. So when we're talking about billions of dollars being spent on renovations, it's absolutely appropriate for Congress to ask questions. And it is absolutely appropriate for Congress to get answers. We need to understand where this substantial amount of money has gone, and we need to ensure that every institution, including the Fed, is always making decisions that are in the best interest of the American people. And so I urge everyone involved to make sure that any outstanding questions on this matter come to fruition so that we can get answers and move on and have a smooth and timely transition and a confirmation process, of which I want to say congratulations on both your nomination, your willingness to be here today, and I also want to say that to your family. I think a lot of people miss the fact that when any of us step up to serve, that it's not just you, your family that goes through so much. And so we just want to say that sacrifice is often overlooked, and we certainly appreciate your family being with you today and all of you and what you're willing to do here. I had a chance to get to know you over the years, and as many of my Republican colleagues have and other colleagues, and I think we would all say you are absolutely the right man for the job at the right time in our country's history, and I am excited about your leadership at the Fed. We have had an opportunity to talk about a number of issues, but I know that your integrity and that your commitment to the American people are going to help restore confidence at the Fed, and it will also ultimately serve our country incredibly well. So it's not going to be any easy task to return that confidence. We have spoken about needed reforms at the Fed on the monetary policy side and also the operational and internal standpoint as well. And of course, your calls for reform aren't baseless. You served at the Fed during one of the most challenging times. You just referenced it in your previous answer to a question from my colleague across the aisle. I believe you said there was a balance sheet, $800 billion, when you showed up in 2006. So talk to me a little bit, speak to me about that, about what you have seen during your time and tenure at the Fed already, and then what other life experiences you have that you will bring as you tackle this role.
Yeah, so Senator, great to see you again. So the chairman knows I worked with the senator when she was a staffer on this very committee, and I was a young staffer myself. So it's an honor to be here. And Senator, as you know, this is a serious responsibility. I'm honored the president nominated me for it. This is a time of consequence, not just for the country, but for the central bank. I think the central bank can go back to first principles and improve itself. I see most of the actions of the Fed come from good intentions, but when you gave the Fed a remit, it wasn't a general roving remit to do what it thought was right. It was a particular remit to focus on particular issues and to not wander. And that's the trade-off on independence. Independence about the conduct of monetary policy, where we can hear criticisms from others in the economics profession, elected officials, and we should be open-minded to them. Listen, I think there's been a considerable amount of groupthink in the economics profession, and so being open-minded to it is important. But outside of monetary policy, it's important that the central bank work with the government on areas of overlap. And so I think that's likely to happen going forward. If you ask Senator Britt about my biggest lessons are about how a central bank should be acting in crisis times versus in normal times. In the crisis of 2008 and the pandemic of the crisis of 2020, that's when the Fed needs to take extraordinary measures. Going back to the founding of the Fed in 1913, it was created to respond to shocks. And so there, I think central bankers often should get the benefit of the doubt. When the world is racing away from it, the real economy is suffering fast, the central bank should show up with liquidity support. But the job of the central bank is to try to mitigate those risks in advance, to buy insurance so that we don't go from shock to shock, from boom to bust. And so my criticism is more about the conduct of monetary policy and regulatory policy in normal times. And that's the area that are in need of reform. We have a window where the economy is improving, but I would say more improvement is still possible. And it's during this policy that we need to look introspectively, look fundamentally at reform. So when there is another risk, there is another shock, the central bank is prepared to address it with less harm to the real economy.
Thank you so much. I am out of time. I look forward to your service to our nation, and I know that we will be in great hands.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Britt. Senator Kim.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Warsh, good to see you. I guess I just wanted to start off by talking about just the state of American families right now. Nearly 60% of people surveyed say that they're worried about affording the very basics, rent, gas, groceries, the bills. 60% of Americans say that they cannot handle a $1,000 emergency. 40% of Americans saying that they can't handle a $400 emergency. I wanted to ask, do you agree that the American families are struggling right now with affordability?
Senator, as we discussed in your office, central bankers should not be second guessing what people feel and see in their own lives. People's lived experiences matter to them. What I can say is the central bank has some responsibility for the things that you've described, and that the legacy of inflation, what I think is the biggest economic policy error in 40 or 50 years, happened just a few years ago, and we're still living with the remnants of it. I think inflation is less problematic than it was a couple of years ago, but I would not
But the
try to-
problem
I
of
would not try to
affordability
say-
continues, though. That sounds right, right?
I've got a lot of
I'll be
empathy
honest
for
with
that.
you. When I hear, I heard 2 months ago President Trump say, he said, quote, "What word have you not heard over the last 2 weeks? Affordability, because I've won. I've won affordability." It sounds like you would disagree with that assessment that the fight for affordability for American families is over.
So I think the trend is going in the right direction.
But we still have more work to do.
Well, the way I would describe it, Senator, is the cumulative increase in prices starting in early 2020 till now is between 25 and 35%. So I understand what hardworking Americans say. It's still a struggle. That's a legacy of a past policy error.
One thing that you talked about before is about, just the real cost that families are facing right now. And I appreciate that you were pushing back on that comment that the president had about calling the energy prices and the fuel price increases that we're having fake inflation, because right now Americans have paid more than $8.4 billion more in gas during the first month of this war. Fertilizer, 70% of respondents to the Farm Bureau survey said that fertilizer is unable to be afforded right now, just given the price increases. Are you concerned that there could be real long-term effects of this war in Iran, especially if we're continuing to see these challenges when it comes to fuel and fertilizer?
Senator, if my reform agenda, if confirmed, stands for anything, it's for the central bank, especially the Fed chairman, to stay in its lane.
I know that, but you
So I
also
wouldn't
have
want
to
to
be.
wander outside of it. I'm happy.
But you're also charged with forecasting in terms of understanding where our economy is going. So does an impact of that magnitude rise to something that the Fed should keep an eye on and be concerned about?
The Fed should have an open mind towards all sorts of data, but the things that central banks can affect are things that are not one-off in nature, but are persistent and find their way into the generalized price level.
And that's
that would
something
be my focus.
I wanted to ask you about that, because you talked about a fundamental policy change when it comes to the Fed. And I guess I wanted to just get a little bit more clarity on that. Senator Lummis mentioned about the balance sheet and the concern you have about that. What level do you think the balance should be at? If it's 6.7 trillion now, where do you think the goal is in your mind?
So I haven't fixed a particular number, but any changes, Senator, in the balance sheet would be part of a public discussion, debated rigorously. And if and when the central bank comes to a judgment about a new balance sheet policy, which I hope the central bank would, it would be described well in advance. As I mentioned, it took 18 years to create this balance sheet problem, and we won't be able to fix it in 18 minutes. And so that's why I think deliberation here is important. But it suffices to say it should be smaller, and at least as important, it should not be holding long-term treasury assets as if it's the fiscal authority. That's when it gets into politics.
I appreciate you saying that it's important to be able to have that public discussion. I mean, one thing that's come up as I've been engaged with different experts is concern about rapid reduction. If you are moving in that speed, that it could generate a number of concerns, including upward pressure on long-term interest rates. So I guess I just wanted to check, do you share that concern? As you are thinking about how to reduce it, do you also understand, though, that there are concerns about rapid reduction in the speed with which you're trying to go down?
Yes, Senator, and that kind of regime change would have to be deliberate, well orchestrated, well choreographed, and well described so that unnecessary upset are not done to financial markets as we go to a policy regime change much more focused on interest rates.
With that, I'll yield back.
Thank you, sir. Senator Ricketts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Warsh. It was great to see you in my office. Thanks for coming by. I want to continue to talk about inflation because it is something that is incredibly important. I think you share the view that inflation is a silent tax on American households. Is that accurate?
Senator, it's accurate. It's the most regressive tax that anyone in Washington could come up with. If you were trying to do the most harm to the least well-off among us, inflation would be the way to do it.
Yeah, and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have been talking about that. And I note, at least I don't recall, that they ever talked about that during the Biden administration. Because it was during the Biden administration that we saw this record inflation, this 40-year-old high inflation. And yet my Democrat colleagues were silent about it back then. Now they want to talk about it. But of course, American households were hurting back then as well. Inflation was caused by President Biden's reckless policies and reckless spending. Let's look at ARPA, a partisan bill that was passed by the Democrats, which cost taxpayers $1.9 trillion. When ARPA was passed in March of 2021, inflation was at 2.6%. Inflation quickly accelerated. It was over 5% by May, June, and July, and by the end of the year, at December, it was 7%. Does federal government spending have anything to do with inflation, Mr. Warsh?
Senator, as we talked about in your office, my view of inflation is a bit different from some. I don't think inflation comes about when the economy grows too much or hardworking Americans get an increase in their wages. I think inflation comes about when the government prints too much, by which I mean the central bank, and broadly speaking, the government spends too much.
And so we're spending too much money, and now we've been cleaning up their mess ever since. I will also note the Republicans have been taking efforts to reduce the deficit. I think year to date it's down about 10.6% from where it was last year. And this is why it's so important we get our spending under control. I think you also talked about the balance sheet. And one of the things about the balance sheet is that I think if I hear you're saying it's too big, and it benefits people who have financial assets. But if you don't have financial assets, you haven't seen the benefit of a large balance sheet at the Fed. Is that accurate?
Senator, it's broadly accurate. When the large balance sheet was created in the 2008 financial crisis, the agreement between my colleagues and I was that we would only use this in an emergency scenario, because the transmission mechanism for a large balance sheet, it goes two ways, through signaling effects and through asset prices. Now, at the time of the financial crisis, financial asset prices were down 60 or 70%, and so it was understandable. Interest rates were at zero. But in the ordinary course, the central bank, an independent body, should not be adopting a set of policies that have that kind of distributional consequence. That's why interest rates are a better way to be setting monetary policy.
So if I don't want to put words in your mouth, but just what I hear you saying is let's reduce the size of the balance sheet, because that benefits maybe half the American population. And then let's focus on interest rates and inflation so we can benefit all Americans. So that if we take interest rates down, that benefits all Americans. You said it gets into the nooks and crannies. That if we get inflation under control, that is how we benefit all Americans. And the size of the balance sheet has only benefited some Americans. So what you're really about is trying to change a policy at the Fed that has really benefited under the last administration people who have lots of money, actually not just the last administration, the previous administrations, but you also want to make sure we get off of the inflation. I mean, during the Biden administration, we saw 4 years in a row of declining real wages for American households. And what you want to do is get that inflation under control so that all American households benefit. Is that fair?
That is fair. I'm going to paraphrase former Chairman Paul Volcker, where he said something along the following lines. You would need to have a PhD from an elite institution to believe that inflation doesn't have something to do with money.
Okay, great. Real briefly, I've only got a few seconds left here, but I'm going to switch topics on you real briefly. Chairman Powell and Secretary Bissett met with leaders of our largest banks recently to talk about advanced AI models like Mythos from Anthropic to identify banking vulnerabilities. It's apparently very good at finding those vulnerabilities. When confirmed, what will you do to modernize the Federal Reserve's internal risk assessments, tabletop or scenario planning exercises to ensure that we can anticipate and defend against the type of emerging risks that potentially models like Mythos could present if used in the wrong hands?
I have about 20 seconds to answer that.
20 seconds. Senator, a lot is the short answer. The 15-second answer beyond that is the pace of change in these technologies is accelerating. AI, which I think of really as American ingenuity, gives America a huge head start relative to our competitors around the world, but it's not without real risks and real challenges, and a forward-looking, reform-oriented central bank needs to be on the front end of it.
Great. Thank you very much. I look forward to your leadership.
Senator Gallego,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
how are you?
In a 2019 interview with Bloomberg, you said monetary policy is important not for decision it makes, but for reasons it gives for the explanations. Mr. Warsh, the Federal Open Market Committees, or that the Fed sets U.S. monetary policy through interest rate decisions at those meetings, do you commit to maintaining the current practice of holding a meeting at least once every 8 weeks, yes or no?
Senator, by statute, as we talked about in your office, I believe the statute requires a minimum of 4 meetings, but 4 is not enough. So having more meetings than that is appropriate, but I've not even begun to look at the meeting schedules for 2027 and beyond, of course, subject to confirmation.
So then, do you commit to holding a press conference at least on the day of the FOMC meetings?
Senator, right now, press conferences are held periodically. If you ask me my true personal opinion, right now, Fed chairs and other central bankers around the FOMC, they speak quite frequently. There is no lack of transparency. But I would say this, I think truth-seeking is more important than repetition. And if one
Absolutely.
has a press conference, one wants to deliver some important news.
Perfect.
So
And
I
to
would
follow
wanna
up on
be-
that, then would you commit to taking questions at those press conferences?
If a press conference were held, I think it would be incumbent to hear what the reporters of the day had in mind.
Thank you. I'm glad, our personal meeting regarding this was very enlightening. Earlier today, you said to Senator Kennedy that President Trump never demanded you to cut interest rates in your job interview. Is that your sworn testimony?
That is, Senator.
Okay. Well, someone here is lying then, because it's either you or President Trump. Because in an interview with the Wall Street Journal of December 12th, President Trump confirmed that he pressed you on your commitment to support interest rates cuts. And I quote, during a 45-minute meeting with Warsh on Wednesday at the White House, the president pressed Warsh on whether he could trust him to support interest rate cuts if he were chosen to lead the central bank. According to people familiar with the meeting, Trump in the general interview confirmed that, repeating, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter for the record the Wall Street Journal article, December 12th. Trump says he's leaning towards Warsh or has it to lead the Fed. So, this brings up an issue of credibility at this point. Who's lying here? Is it you or the president? Because the president confirmed that he did ask you to cut interest rates.
Senator, there's of course a third alternative. You cite a couple of reporters for a leading financial newspaper. I recall reading that story at the time.
Did you issue a correction?
I think those reporters either need better sources or better journalist standards.
Did you ask for a correction?
There are things in the newspaper, Senator, I see all the time that don't strike my ear as correct.
So is, in your opinion, that the president then is lying when he said he did not ask you?
I can only repeat to you, Senator, what I said to several of your colleagues.
So you did not. You right now, under sworn testimony, are saying just to right now that the president of the United States in that job interview did not ask you to cut interest rates.
The president never asked me to commit to interest rate cuts at any particular meeting over the period of my tenure at the Fed. He didn't ask for it. He didn't demand it. He didn't require it, and nor would I have ever done so.
So if these reporters come back and say, do another follow-up on this and they confirm what they heard, what will your response be?
Well, my response would be what I suggested to you a few moments ago. As I read that story in real time, I remember thinking they either need better journalistic standards or better sources.
So, here's my problem, Mr. Chair and colleagues. And Mr. Warsh, I think you're incredibly qualified. A lot of us are actually worried about the integrity of the Federal Reserve. We're worried about what this means for the economic markets, and we're worried about what this means for inflation. We're worried about your independence, and now we're hearing direct contradictions whether or not you were directly asked by the president to cut interest rates, and you're saying no, and he's saying yes. And I think for a lot of us, there's a question now of credibility. And I think there's a real reason why many of us are not voting no. As a matter of fact, until you verbally spoke to Mr. Kennedy and answered his question that he did not the president did not ask you to cut interest rates, this was not even going to be brought up. So there's definitely right now a true question about who is lying here. It's either you or it's the president. I yield back.
Senator, if I might respond?
Certainly.
Thank you. I take my responsibility to be an independent leader of the Federal Reserve very seriously, if confirmed by this body. I take the integrity of the office and my personal integrity very seriously. And I stand by every word I said. The president never asked me to commit to any such thing, nor would I ever do so.
Mr. Banks. No, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor Warsh, congrats on your nomination. As we spoke about during our meeting in my office, I strongly support your nomination. and look forward to voting for you to be the next chairman of the Federal Reserve, and it can't happen soon enough. One policy area that we strongly agree on is the threat that China poses to America's economy. In fact, you've written publicly that China is deliberately positioning its financial system to rival U.S. leadership and actively working to elevate its currency on the global stage. Can you talk for a minute about how the Federal Reserve reinforces the strength of the U.S. dollar as the world's reserve currency in the face of that challenge?
Sure. Senator, it's great to see you again. We talked about some of these issues of the G2 rivalry, the rivalry between the U.S. and China in your office. If confirmed as chairman of the Federal Reserve, I will then have to say that it's the Treasury Secretary's business to talk about the dollar. It's the Fed chairman's business to talk about interest rates. But I think I can say this quite comfortably. The dollar is the linchpin of the global economy. The United States and the Federal Reserve is a beneficiary of the strength of the dollar. The U.S. financial system is the most important financial system in the world, and the central bank's been charged with really important responsibilities in overseeing it and supervising it. There are risks to the U.S. position in the world, including economic. The economic statecraft agenda led by Secretary Bessent and Secretary Rubio is an important one. On that, the Fed will play a supporting role in ensuring that the financial system is as safe as it can be, and work with them, because it's outside of the conduct of monetary policy, to ensure the U.S. is on its front foot and in a position of strength during this period of rivalry between the U.S. and another nation around the world.
What are some of those? I understand the role of the Treasury Department versus the Fed, but what are the most important steps that the Fed can take to reinforce confidence in the U.S. dollar?
Deliver stable prices, Senator. Deliver an economy that improves from here even further, where real take-home pay moves up, where inflation falls, and the U.S. economic growth potential is the best in the world. I mentioned earlier, Senator, something that I really do believe. AI is a testament to American ingenuity. The United States is the best positioned country in the world to take advantage of it so that the U.S. economy, U.S. workers benefit from it. That the U.S. is in a better position than anyone else, but it's filled with challenges, geopolitical challenges, technology challenges. So the sooner that we can hit the ground running on reform agenda, the better.
You wrote in an op-ed in 2021 in the Wall Street Journal that I recommend everyone reads. It's one of the reasons that I wholeheartedly support you, because of what it says a lot about you in this op-ed. But you talked about how the PRC is actively promoting its digital yuan currency with the explicit goal of creating an alternative payment system that sidesteps U.S. sanctions. You've been very clear that China's not playing by the rules. China is buying over 80% of Iran's sanctioned oil in Chinese currency through Chinese banks, completely outside SWIFT. The Iranian government says it is charging ships to transit the Strait of Hormuz and collects payments via crypto and Chinese currency. What tools does the Federal Reserve have to defend the dollar's role as countries route payments through the Chinese financial systems to do business with Iran and other adversaries?
Yeah, Senator, thank you. As we talked about before, monetary policy is independent. But outside of monetary policy, the Federal Reserve can be working hand in hand with the rest of the government. The Federal Reserve is independent inside of government, not independent of government. What the U.S. can do with respect to the dollar is have a more robust payment system. The Fed has a number of payment systems that most financial participants in the world use. I would say they all are in need of substantial reform. There's a system called Fed Now, which some describe as Fed Yesterday. There's a series of new technologies that the Fed needs to oversee and needs to architect so that the payment system in the U.S. is the safest, most efficient, most capable in the world. Otherwise, we'll be losing to adversaries around the world in being the linchpin of the global economy.
Thank you. Your leadership is so important, and it's important right now. We need you on the job right now, not later, right now. So I look forward to voting for you quickly and seeing you confirmed and getting you on the job. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, sir. Senator Blunt Rochester.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman
Yes,
and
ma'am.
Ranking Member Warren. Also, thank you, Mr. Warsh, for taking the time also to meet with me earlier this week. I share many of the concerns of different committee members about us kind of putting the cart before the horse. And in one regard, it is the whole issue of independence of the Fed. And I know you have made commitments both in your testimony and here today with us in the process of watching the president try to fire Chairman Powell as well as Governor Lisa Cook. It really raises a lot of red flags for us. Even Justice Kavanaugh said that no president has fired a sitting governor in the 112-year history of the Fed, which was structured to be independent of day-to-day politics, and that it would weaken, if not shatter, the independence of the Federal Reserve. There are a lot of questions here today as well about both ethics and whether or not all the paperwork is in, and even Senator Warren's question about, selling of the assets and whether they will be transparent is something that's important, again, to ensure confidence. And so I shared some of those concerns with you in person when we met, and I share them here for the record. I did have a question. I want to focus on AI, but I did have a question beforehand that I wanted to clarify. You mentioned your desire for reform as well as regime change at the Fed. Could you just clarify, you didn't mean removing the regional bank presidents whose 5-year terms were just restated and re-upped in December?
Senator, I meant policy regime change.
Got it. So for the record, we're not looking at regime change for those 12 board presidents. I want to jump to AI because it's probably one of the #1 issues that I hear about in my state. I'm former Secretary of Labor in Delaware. This is something that I asked Chair Powell when he was here as well about. A lot has happened in a year. And one of the things you have characterized this as the most productivity enhancing wave of our lifetimes, past, present, and future. You have described it as structurally disinflationary, and that central bankers must make a bet. I'm in the camp with Senator Kennedy. I'm concerned about us making a bet on something that we know. You've said it, Chairman Powell said it. We don't have the data to even understand yet. And so my first question is, what happens for policy if that surge doesn't materialize as expected?
Yeah. So, Senator, I enjoyed our discussion. I think the essential elements of a new policy for the Federal Reserve is to get access to better data and to dig deeper into the productivity possibilities that can come out of this new investment wave. Today we call it artificial intelligence. 2 years from now, we're going to call it business CapEx, and 3 years from now, we're going to call it just ordinary business. I think it has two important effects on the conduct of policy. I don't claim to have perfect knowledge of how any of these are going to go, but I do have an intuition the pace of change is accelerating. I'm sorry, Senator, go ahead.
I was just going to ask, how much of your view on interest rates depends on those productivity gains showing up quickly?
Yeah, so I think it has two elements. One is the increase in capital expenditures to build data centers and the rest. That will have an effect on demand. That will increase demand. My guess is a few tenths of 1%. But on the supply side of the economy, to increase the potential output of the economy, that could be considerably bigger. We don't know that. We can't bank on that. But considerable work needs to be done by the Federal Reserve in evaluating this productivity wave. As I said before, monetary policy works with long and variable lags. So you have to make some informed judgments. And unlike other people in office, if the judgments are wrong, you've got to call the flag on yourself and correct them.
Well, I think there's been a lot of conversation here about concerns that in your record, in your history, you have been hawkish on inflation rates and keeping them low. And now we're looking at AI. What I don't want to see is us use AI as an excuse
Yes.
for making good policy. Too much depends on it. Too many families' lives depend on it. And in our conversation, I also talked about the fact that I know Wall Street is going to be okay, but who we're concerned about as well is Main Street.
Yeah.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Kramer, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Warsh, for being here. Thanks for stepping in the gap.
Thank you.
In fact, I'm a little bit curious as to why you even want to do this. I'm thinking, I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, congratulations on the choice. By the way, with regard to independence, real quickly, I find it curious. In fact, I've often found curious that people expect somebody who's appointed by an elected official has to be confirmed by 100 other elected officials would somehow not have a philosophy. That's what I hear sometimes. Like, why don't we, speaking of AI, we should just have an AI Fed chairman. That way it'd be completely neutral, right? Other than the people that put all the information in the algorithms. Anyway, that said, I think we should not forget that it would be common for a president who believes that interest rates should be lower to want to nominate somebody who has expressed that maybe interest rates could be a little lower, as opposed to the quid pro quo that's being accused of today. So I'm just grateful you're willing to do it. By the way, the other thing about independence that strikes me with regard to the Fed, do you have any idea how often an interest rate decision by the Fed is a 12-0 or a 10-0 vote? Do you have a sense of it?
I do, Senator. I'd say over the last 15 years, decisions have been unanimous or near unanimous. As I said to one of your colleagues earlier, I prefer clean memos and messier meetings, and there's nothing wrong with a divergence of opinion. These are very hard calls.
Thank you. I don't know when diversity became a bad thing in a room of thinkers, particularly with staggered terms. The other thing, none of this was in my mind that long ago, but the other thing that strikes me is you do have a lot of experience. This is your 20th anniversary, or at least your second anniversary. Have your thoughts changed much or evolved over those 20 years of experience in various categories, areas, not to mention your research and your intellectual and academic writings? I mean, have you evolved a little bit?
Absolutely. I'll make 3 points if I can. One is it is essential for the chair of this organization to be open-minded to new ideas. The world is moving fast. The mistake that's common in the economics profession, which Secretary Schultz once described to me when I was telling him that I was thinking about pursuing further studies, he said, it's fine to get a PhD, but make sure that's not the last day you were learning. Too many people in the profession go back to what they learned 30 or 40 years ago. We've got to be open-minded. The world's changing and the facts are changing. To the characterization I heard from some of your colleagues about did my opinions change? My opinions change when the facts change. When interest rates are at zero and the balance sheet is growing and the economy is booming, well, relative to that, I will say I sounded hawkish. In 2018, when the Federal Reserve pushed to raise rates into a financial market meltdown and economic weakening, I said that was a mistake. That was dovish. I expect to have a divergence of views based on the facts on the ground. And if I could just answer one other question you asked about why I want to do this job, I would say I've lived the American dream. I've been the luckiest, most blessed, fortunate person with the greatest teachers. I was a kid from upstate New York in public schools, and I had an opportunity to serve after 9/11. I was walking with a friend of mine who happens to be in this room away from a building near the site of the tragedy. I was walking up Fifth Avenue, and I thought to myself, what am I doing? And so I committed myself to public service then. I did 10 and a half years of public service. I've been grateful for 15 years in the private sector where I've been able to practice my discipline, think anew about things, and the call to service struck again. I'm honored to serve if this body will confirm me.
Excellent. You know, I do find it curious that so many people seem to be hung up on the fact that you've been successful even while doing in between bouts of public service, probably a better way to put it. I'm not wealthy, never have been wealthy, and I'm not sure I have much potential to be wealthy, but I have nothing against people who are. That said, real quickly, I do want to talk a little bit about debanking. That has been talked about a whole lot. But speaking of institutions that are dug in, I think there's out of the 22,000 people, there are a lot of them that sort of still believe that reputational risk should be a factor, that reputational risk could be based on out of favor, industries. Can you give me a sense of how you plan to attack that, if you will?
Politics have no place, not just in monetary policy, but in supervision and regulation.
Yes.
If central bankers should stand for anything, it's to resist fads, resist trends, call balls and strikes. That's exactly what I would intend to do.
I lean hard yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Senator Alsobrooks.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Warsh. And thank you for meeting with me last week. In August of 2025, President Trump tried to fire Fed Governor Lisa Cook for unsubstantiated allegations widely believed to be politically motivated. Thankfully, both a federal district court and the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals ruled in favor of Governor Cook, preventing her from being fired while the investigation proceeds. This is a landmark test for independence. Now, Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh said allowing Cook's firing to go forward would weaken, if not shatter, the independence of the Federal Reserve. So I would like to ask you, will you commit to defending Governor Cook's tenure as Chairman Powell has done?
Senator, it was a pleasure to meet you in your office and spend time with you. As I said to you then, I'll repeat here to the broader committee. If I stand for anything, it's the Fed should stay in its lane. As I understand that matter, it's pending before the United States Supreme Court. I think it's inappropriate for me to weigh in on that, especially because in the event that I am confirmed, I could be a party to that matter.
Well, I disagree with Mr. Warsh. I disagree with you. This is your future colleague who was confirmed by both this committee and this Senate to serve her country. Chairman Powell has defended her tenure, and your answer to this is you will not defend her. Is that correct?
No, Senator, that's not my answer. My answer is there's a pending case before the Supreme Court, the results of which I think we're going to hear about soon. If confirmed by this body, I will follow the Constitution, the Supreme Court law, and the best of the Fed's tradition.
Well, let me ask you this then. Do you agree or disagree with Justice Kavanaugh on the Supreme Court, who said that her firing would weaken, if not shatter, the Fed's independence? Do you agree with Justice Kavanaugh?
So I took a constitutional law class, but I wouldn't say I'm worthy of being a Supreme Court justice. What I can say is Fed independence means everything to me.
And it means,
and that's exactly what I would try to do if I'm confirmed.
Well, I'd like to move on to the criminal investigation of Chairman Powell. The Trump administration could have taken many off-ramps to end what is a ridiculous exercise. Instead, they have doubled down. U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, Jeanine Pirro, sent prosecutors to the Fed last week to continue this circus, and they were turned away. Chairman Powell has said that the administration's investigation is not about any testimony or the renovations of a building, calling these arguments pretext, and he said that the threat of criminal charges is a consequence of the Federal Reserve setting interest rates based on its best assessment of what will serve the public rather than following the preferences of the president. So do you dispute Chairman Powell's assertion that the investigations are pretext for policy disagreements?
Senator, as I said with respect to the other case, this is also pending before the courts. I have a ton of confidence in the court's ability to make a final resolution. I'd abide by any judgment of the courts and would follow that judgment in the best of the Fed's traditions.
Okay, it's difficult. Let me just ask you another question instead. Just a few days ago, bless his heart, President Trump called Chairman Powell a stubborn, incompetent person who he said suffers from Trump derangement syndrome. Now, can you say before this committee that you disagree with this characterization?
Yeah, my disagreements with Chairman Powell are about policy, not about personality or personnel.
Okay, let me ask you another question about the president. Now, my colleague a moment ago said to you that the president, you said the president has never asked you about lowering interest rates, and you said he never specifically, is the word you use, demanded that you decrease interest rates. Well, did the president generally suggest this to you as well?
You know, in my recitation to your colleagues, I wasn't trying to be clever. The president never generally or specifically instructed me, suggested I should commit to any interest rate path whatsoever.
Okay, let me go to another point. So if the Senate does not confirm you by May 15th, the president may inject more financial chaos into our economy by illegally attempting to remove Chairman Powell and installing someone else until your confirmation. Now, the law is quite clear here. If there is a vacancy, the current chairman continues to serve as chair pro tem until the Senate confirms a replacement. But the Trump administration is gearing up to fight this assertion. And I expect every financial leader and reporter is watching your words right now, which can move markets. So I'd like to give you an opportunity to reassure them. Do you agree that the law requires the current Fed chair to continue serving as interim chair while this replacement is confirmed?
So I haven't been advised on that. I will say this, I was a summer associate for 8 weeks at a law firm, and that was the extent of my legal career. I'm certainly
Okay,
not
last one.
capable of defining whether the Vacancy Act applies to the Federal Reserve or not.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Senator Bernie Moreno.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the honor of going last. I know that's normally reserved for people with much more status than I have, so I appreciate that very much. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to read something here for a second. Mr. Chairman, it's clear that Mr. Warsh is tremendously accomplished. He is committed to strong capital standards, effective supervision, and meaningful market discipline. He knows unequivocally that the Fed must be independent, non-ideological, and nonpartisan. And for this reason, I am proud to support his nomination. I wish I had said those words, but those are the words of Senator Chuck Schumer when he voted to confirm you, in fact, introduce you. So I would like to enter that into the record. As they say, there's nothing wrong with that, but it looks like Democrats used to love you at one point. What changed?
The Senator, I don't know.
You didn't catch the Seinfeld reference, so it's just proof that you did not watch the show. All right. Let me ask you some quick rapid-fire questions. I know people have enjoyed being here this long, but maybe not others. A lot has been said, and I think it's important, on the plight of working Americans when it comes to being able to afford the basic elements of what it means to be somebody here who's successful in the working class. Are working class Americans better off or worse off than they were 3 years ago?
The aggregate statistics show improvement, but I do want to suggest with better Fed policy, I think the improvement can be stronger.
No, clearly. But and we're not done, and we have a long way to go. But if you're somebody who's an average working American today in 2026, you're better off than you were 3 years ago, because 3 years ago, you were getting demolished by generationally high inflation. Is that true?
The trajectory on inflation is improving, but there's more work to do.
And one of the key parts of why I'm supporting you is because a total and complete focus and understanding that the interest rate tool is the tool that allows you to help working Americans much more than the balance sheet tool. Would you agree?
Yes, Senator, I do.
All right, perfect. Let's move on to central bank digital currencies. Do you agree that the Federal Reserve has no legal right to issue a central bank digital currency?
Senator, I agree that they don't have the right, and I think it would be a bad policy choice.
So let me just put an exclamation mark on that. Under your chairmanship of the Federal Reserve, you will not have the Federal Reserve explore or any way move towards a central bank digital currency.
If it's within the power of the chairman of the Federal Reserve, I agree with that statement.
Perfect. Let's shift over to AI. A lot has been said about that. And I worry that some of my colleagues don't feel that this is quote unquote real or happening as quick as it is. It is happening insanely fast. In fact, would you agree that it could lead to an employment shock, especially for entry-level white-collar jobs?
Senator, I agree with you on the pace of the technology revolution. I've had to update my own priors versus 6 or 12 months ago as I've seen the rate of improvement of the models. Senator, the way I describe it is this: I am more confident that there will be improved output than I am certain about when the effects of that would be on the labor market. I basically believe in the following good economic tenet, which is described as the lump of labor fallacy. And we tend to think in economics, there's only a fixed number of jobs, and we've got to fill them every day possible. The labor force, the structure of the labor market changes. The jobs that will be created 2 or 3 years from now, some of which are unimaginable to us today, But the lag between the improvement in output and the effect on the labor markets, that's got to be central to the Fed's thinking, given the pace of innovation in this cycle.
And this concept of price stability plus maximum employment, that maximum employment piece is problematic when policymakers open our borders and let tens of millions of people come into this country illegally. Is that not correct?
I'm gonna let you guys handle immigration policy. I'm gonna have plenty on my plate if
adding
confirmed.
10 to 20, 30 million people into the country when you're trying to make certain that everybody here has a job is problematic, correct?
Yeah, the central bank takes the labor market is as it is, and that's a function of policies you and the administration put in place. It's not our place to be opining on that.
Okay. And let me just add one last thing and more to your wife. How did you get so lucky to have a guy that's so romantic that on Valentine's Day of 2006, he brings you to a Senate hearing? I mean, you set a high bar for all of us. Look, I'm going to ruin the suspense for everybody. You're going to be confirmed. You're going to be the Federal Reserve Chairman. And most importantly, you're going to do an incredible job. And I'm honored to be able to have been part of that process, and will vote for you resoundingly.
Thank you, Senator.
Well, that concludes the question and answer portion of today.
A thin layer of dust on your shoulder, like petals forgot how to fall. Your voice lingers under the table when no one is speaking at all. Your glass holds a quieter version of every word we didn't say. It trembles without any reason, then slowly lets them drift away. The air turns soft around your absence, like fabric left out in the rain. Every sound begins to scatter, then gathers back your name. Your name settles in the quiet, like dust on a forgotten frame. It doesn't ask to be remembered, still it never leaves the stain. Every room begins to echo with something I can't explain. Not a voice, not even silence, just the outline of your name. Shadow folded between the light and something dim. I pass it like a passing stranger, but it still recognizes me. A cup left cooling by the window holds the warmth you never took. Even time avoids that corner like a line we never wrote. There's a softness in the distance that wasn't there before you left. Even emptiness feels altered, like it's holding something else. Your name drips across the surface like light that cannot decide whether to stay beside the moment or disappear outside. Every space becomes a question that I never answer twice. Not a memory, not a feeling, just a trace I recognize. Quite return, like a page that's been half erased. Still remembering you went, but your absence moves around me like a quiet accident. There's a space that keeps expanding, even when I stay the same. Every step I take around it still circles there. Just the shape you left behind. Old car parked by the chain link gate. Little radio hunting something late. Two plastic chairs and crooked rows. Someone tapping worn out toes. Warm air drifting through the lot. Nothing moving all that hot. Daytime hanging on the line, taking its time. A small song rolling through from a station barely true. Carried thin and low, nice and slow. Let that small program run till the setting of the sun. Hands tapping light on the seat, keeping that beat. Loose sign creaking on a pole. Someone laughing at a joke. Bottle cap along the ground, making little metal sounds. Nothing pressing on the day. Words drifting off halfway. Just a quiet stretch of time, soft in the mind. That same melody returns like a page that slowly turns, floating in the air. Right there, let that small program run till the setting of the sun. Hands tapping light on the seat, keeping that beat. Evening leaning on the ground, speaker still giving sound. Street light blinking once or twice, cooling down the day's heat. Someone stretching in the chair, night settling in the air. That same station playing through, nothing new. Years move easy just like this. Small moments we could miss, sliding by without a while. Let that small program run till the setting of the sun. Hands tapping light on the seat, keeping that beat. Screen lights up in the dark room, names rolling down the list. Stopped my thumb when I saw yours. right where it always sits. I could swipe and make it vanish like it never called my name. But some numbers hold a story that a finger can't erase. Funny how a simple contact carries years inside a line. Just a few small digits holding back goodbye. Your number's still on my phone tonight, right where it used to be. Like a door that never closes, even after you leave. Your number's still on my phone tonight, quiet blowing in the blue. Some things never really leave you, even when they do. Late man scrolling through the silence, soul messages in the thread, little jokes from rainy Sundays, words we never meant to end. Rose chords humming through the speaker, bassline walking soft and low. Every line between those bubbles feels like somewhere I could go. I could press the button slowly, let the memory disappear, but the past keeps whispering when the room is this clear. Your number's still on my phone tonight, right where it used to be. Like a door that never closes, even after you leave. Your number's still on my phone tonight, quiet glowing in the blue. Some things never really leave you, even when they do. Morning creeping through the window, birds begin to claim the sky. Coffee cooling by the counter while the city passes by. Maybe someday I'll erase it, let the contact fade away. But tonight your name is living in a small electric place. I'm still resting on the screen like frozen somewhere in between, letting go and holding on to what we used to mean. Your number's still on my phone tonight, right where it used to be. Like a door that never closes, even after you leave. Your number's still on my phone tonight, quiet going in a blue. Something not really leave you, even when they do. Street heat rising from the ground, baseline sliding through the town, neon dripping down the wall, slow silhouettes in the crawl, leather steps across the beat, low drums talking through the street, eyes half closed, shoulder lean, living somewhere in between. Nothing loud, nothing rushed, every motion slightly hushed, tossed beneath the midnight air, something moving everywhere. Night Post District, feel the pressure in the groove. Night Post District, body veiling guitar scratching the time. Road drops in a crooked line. Dusty rhythm drying tight. Footsteps sliding left and right. Crying out across the room. No one breaking the perfume. Minimal but razor clean. Every pocket's cut and lean. Hand drum circle through the chest. Short replies without a test. Every bar just pulls you near. Gravity inside the ear. Night Post District. Feel the pressure in the groove. Night Post District. Body and body need to move. Night Post District. Breathing through the avenue. Night Post District. Everything is flowing through. Shadow blind across the floor. Bass keeps asking just for more. A subtle swing inside the spine. Clock dissolving into time. No bend chorus, no parade. Just a pocket fully made. Every step a crying claim. Every loop a living flame. Breath in rhythm locked in place. Half-lit smile across the face. Nothing extra left to prove. Only deeper in the groove. Post District. Feel the pressure in the groove. Post District. Bodies barely need to move. Post District. Braving through the avenue. Post District. Ooh, everything is flowing through. Somewhere down the middle years, I began to notice things. Plans I made with younger hands, lost a few familiar rings. Dreams that once were loud and bright, now appear in softer tone. Like I'm photographed that fades, but still is shown. Not a loss I need to hide, just a change in how I ride. Through the miles that came to be, gradually this halfway reflection shows a different view. Some roads stayed behind my back, some begin anew. I remember certain goals like they had a final place, but the road kept bending slow, changing shape and changing pace. Some ambitions lost their fire, others quietly appeared in the corners of my days, year by year. Time rearranges what we chase, moves the markers we once placed, leaving signs along the way. Day by day, this halfway reflection shows a different view. Some roads stay behind my back, some begin anew. A steadier pace, less concerned with proving things, finding meaning in the plain, ordinary days of brains. Maybe life was never meant to get be solved like simple math. Maybe it's a changing road, not a path. Every mile it's just the sight. Every turn refrains a light, showing what we could not view when we flew. This halfway reflection shows a different view. Some roads fade behind my back. Some begin anew. Your name drips back without permission, somewhere between the night and me. Not like thunder, not like memory, more like a quiet gravity. I tell myself I'll pass that corner where every thought of you began. But certain words refuse to age, no matter how long time expands. Every crowded room gets smaller when a sound resembles you. Not a ghost, not an illusion, just a signal breaking through. I'm still in the orbit of your name, turning slow without a flame. No confession, no one to blame. Still I circle just the same. I tried replacing all the silence with louder nights and brighter scenes, but echoes travel strange directions through the spaces in between. Your laughter used to fill the margins of every ordinary day. Now the hours move collidely, but something else slips away. Oh, every distance has its language. Baby, time rewrites the page, but a single syllable of you still escapes the cage. I'm still in the orbit of your name, turning slow without a flame. No confession, no one's a blame. Still I echo just the same. Some connections fade to nothing, some dissolve like passing rain, but a few become a pattern, etched too softly to explain. If we never meet again, if our past remain untold, there will always be a moment where your echo takes hold. Not a promise, not regret, just a pull I can't rename. Something moving in the distance when I hear your name. with no one to blame. Still I cycle just the same. Late train breathing under dim lights, worn out shoes tapping in time. Ticket folded deep in my coat, names and places I never wrote. City murmurs low and contained, nothing loud, nothing to explain. Every face just passing through, same old rhythm, steady and true. No need rushing Kotao to go, let it settle, let it flow. All these years I've come to know, less is more than what we show. Keep it low, let the groove stay tight. No big words in the fading light, just a line and a simple tone, that's enough to feel at home. Corner shop with the same old bell, familiar voice says all is well. Coins still clink the same old way, nothing new but that's okay. Windows hum with quiet sound, life goes easy spinning round. No big change, no sudden spark, just a glow inside the dark. We don't need a grand design, just a beat and simple line. All the way we left behind, in the groove we always find. Keep it low, let the groove stay tight. No big words in the fading light, just a line and a simple tone, that's enough to feel at home. Oh, 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 oh. Old clock ticking on the wall, still it answers every call. Hands move slow but never late, same old path, familiar fate. Every breath in steady pace, no need trying to replace what we built in quiet days. Still remains in subtle ways. Let it ride, don't overplay, let the silence have its say. In between the notes we stay, that's the truth we learn to keep. Keep it low, let the groove stay tight. No big words in the fading light, just a line and a simple tone, that's enough to feel at home. Wooden cabinet by the window, old and tender leaning back. Knock click slowly through the station, voices sliding through the crack. Someone cooking in the hallway, floorboards breathing under feet. Evening leaning on the curtains, quiet settling in the street. Static turning into rhythm, signals drifting through the room. Every channel holds a story, carried on our silver tune. No radio, soul groove playing, low and steady in the air. Every note keeps time. turning slowly, like a memory sitting there. Old radio soul groove playing from a voice we never knew. Still the rhythm keeps repeating, something honest, something true. Roads codes falling from the speaker, soft like footsteps down my hall. Someone humming near the kitchen, barely louder than the wall. Clapping and tapping, gentle answers, bass line walking through the floor. Every sound becomes a picture of the days that came before. Late transmission through the evening, spinning stories through the wire. Every melody keeps moving like a slow electric choir. All radio soul groove playing, falling steady in the air. Every note keeps turning slowly, like a memory sitting there. Oh, radio soul groove playing from my voice we never knew. Still the rhythm keeps repeating, something honest, something true. Now let going on the cabinet, dusty speakers breathing warm. Voices drifting through the evening, holding shapes we can't reform. Someone listening by the window, watching headlights passing by. Every song becomes a doorway to another passing time. Signals crossing over distance through the quiet midnight air. Every station leaves a fragment, floating softly everywhere. Radio soul groove playing, low and steady in the air. Every note keeps turning slowly, like a memory sitting there. Oh, radio soul groove playing from a voice we never knew. Still the rhythm keeps repeating, something honest, something true. Something true. Pawn shop window catching dust to daylight. Old watches ticking on display. The guitar leaning by the counter, price tags turning in the fan. Boot heels resting on the floorboards, low talk drifting through the room. Someone weighing quiet memories.
Attention, the US 30 is reaching 50% on weekly chart.
Hands in the air. Hands tapping light on the glass. Heads not small to the beat. Little rhythm in the weight and nothing pushing the time. Slide that old deal down the line. Let the numbers move. Clap once sharp on the backbeat groove. Slow trade in the groove. Slow trade in the groove. Silver chains resting in velvet trays. Radio stacked by the wall. An old camera catching reflections. Loose talk near the scale. Combine shifting in a drawer. A jacket hanging on a hook. Every object holds a rhythm. Waiting for a hand. Fingers drumming on the counter. Heads leaning with the groove. Little rhythm in the bargain. Nothing louder than needed. Slide that old deal down the line. Let the numbers move. Cut once sharp on the backbeat groove. Slow trade in the groove. Slow trade. Slow trade in the groove. Hey.
Attention, the US 30 is reaching 50% on weekly chart.
The final customer counting coins. Doorbell rings once more. The shopkeeper closes the ledger. Lights dim across the room. Every
Attention,
corner
the
keeps
US
a
30 is reaching 50% on weekly chart. Attention, the US 30 is reaching 50% on weekly chart.
finds a moment in the quiet room.
Attention, the US 30 is reaching 50% on weekly chart.
Deal down my line. Let the numbers move. Clap once sharp on the backbeat groove. Slide straight in the groove. Yeah. So trade in the groove. The dusty record spinning in the corner. Soft crackle drifting through the room. Low lamps hanging over quiet tables. No shadows on the floor. The bartender counting empty glasses. Slow rhythm in his hands. You sit alone beside the jukebox like you're waiting on a tune. Every groove inside the record turns the night a little slow. Every whisper in the hallway feels like somewhere I should go. Inside the broken vinyl lounge tonight, where the rhythm leans a little sideways. Every spinning song becomes a memory. Let the groove pull us around. A trumpet line sighs through the speakers. Crooked notes that almost smile. Someone tapping shoes beneath the table, keeping time without a word. You stir the drink beside your elbow, watching dancers move in pairs. But every pause becomes a rhythm, floating softly through the air. Every groove inside a record turns the night a little slow. Every whisper in the hallway feels like somewhere I should go. Inside the broken vinyl lounge tonight, sideways. Every spilling song becomes a memory. Let the groove pull us around. Slide slowly toward the tables. Last call mamas near the bar. Street lights blowing through the doorway. Cold wind on the stairs. You pause beside the fading music. Listen in 1 second more. And somewhere in the quiet distance, the rhythm starts again. Inside the record, turns the night a little slow. Every whisper in the hallway feels like somewhere I should die. Inside the broken vinyl lounge tonight, where the rhythm means a little sideways. A memory, let the groove pull us around. The lake keeps folding quiet silver pages, moonlight drifting through the sleeping reeds. A single bird redraws the empty sky with wings that whisper ancient stories. The shoreline listens without moving, like a clock that forgot the hours. Your memory floats across the water, soft as breath inside a lantern. Fireflies wander through the grasses, riding gold across the air. None of them remember faces, still they glow as if they care. Your name falls slowly through the evening, like a feather made of light. Every ripple learns to carry pieces of the quiet night. If the sky could keep a secret, like the lake beneath the blue, all its silent constellations would be whispering of you. Summer insects stitch the darkness with invisible silver thread. Lanterns drift along the water where the fading daylight bled. We were younger than the river, running restless through the fields. Every silence held a promise only open hearts could feel. Time became a quiet current, turning slow beneath our days. Yet the night keeps gentle copies of the past we used to trace. Somewhere in the drifting starlight, all I bet is summer shine, like forgotten glass bottles sleeping under shifting tides. Every year becomes a lantern floating slowly out to sea, and the waves keep all the stories that the wind once told to me. Dawn begins to rinse the darkness with a pale and patient hand. But music over water bright as bad. See if the world forgets our footsteps, still the tide will recognize how two shadows cross the shoreline. Once beneath forgiving skies, nothing truly fades the silence. Every wave repeats a line, hidden in the breathing rhythm of the slowly turning tide. Let the night release its fireflies to the open fields of air. Let the water hold the echo, never the words we couldn't share. Tomorrow steals the footprints from the quiet silver sand. Still the lake will keep our story written softly in its hand. Chair got one leg slightly off. Table answers with a knock. Air just sits, it doesn't move, like it's got nothing left to prove. Light comes in but keeps it thin, doesn't try to settle in. Name on paper starts to fade before the mark was fully made. No big reason, no surprise, things just change without a sign. What we held is never long, just passes on. Let it go, it don't stay, never did anyway. Hold it loose, let it slide, nothing here is on your side. Coat still hangs but not for use. Sleeves remember someone's shape. Floor don't crake the way it did, like it forgot the weight of 8. Sound travels but never lands, breaks apart before it stands. Even thoughts don't push too far, stop somewhere before they are. No big meaning, nothing grand, slips away before it lands. What we held is never long, just passes on. Let it go, it don't stay, never did anyway. Hold it loose, let it slide, nothing here is on your side. Doesn't rise, just sits there behind your eyes. No big shift, no clear divide, just another turning tide. Hand stay still without a need, no more wanting, no more steed. Everything that had a name loses edge and stays the same. No big ending, no release, just a quiet kind of peace. What we held is never long, just passes on. Let it go, it don't stay, never did anyway. Hold it loose, let it slide. Nothing here is on your side. Hey, now look who walking down that same old lane. Got those Friday shoes again, stepping in the same refrain. People turning heads when you hit that corner line. Whole block feel the rhythm soon as you arrive. Every step got a story, every move got swing. Soon as those shoes stop talking, whole street start to sing. Those Friday shoes make the whole block move. One step left, two step groove. Those Friday shoes, everybody knows when you start walking, the rhythm goes, Kids on bikes start rolling, windows open wide. Barbershop got the radio turned up high side. You don't even try now, still you steal the show. Every time you pass us, we already know. Hear the sidewalk talking, hear the tires roll. Soon as those shoes hit pavement, everybody knows those Friday shoes make the whole block move. One step left, two step rules. Oh, those Friday shoes, everybody knows when you start walking, the rhythm goes.
Attention, the gold is reaching 50% on daily chart.
Still you're walking easy like you in the show. 40 years, that same step, still it feels
Attention, the gold is reaching 50% on daily chart.
thanks to you. Hear the crowd start clapping, hear the laughter flow.
Attention, the gold is reaching 50% on daily chart.
One step left, ooh, two step rude. Those Friday shoes, everybody knows when you start walking, the rhythm goes. Streetlights drift across stolen shield glass. Old radio murmurs something half remembered. Highway markers counting quiet years. Your name riding slow inside the engine hum. Passing towns that never learned my face. Billboards fading like forgotten letters. The road bends soft beyond the dark.
Attention, the gold is reaching 50% on daily chart.
Maybe time was only passing through.
Attention, the gold is reaching 50% on daily
Every
chart.
mile repeats the truth. Nothing said still keeps on ringing. I hear your voice inside the tires. Roll low along the pavement line. Every mile rewinds the wire, pulling quiet memories behind. Still that whisper rides the wheels, turning slow but never gone. Oh, the miles refuse to heal. Every road keeps leading on. coffee scheming, start a roadside stop. Me on Berlin through the empty counter. Someone laughing far behind, like a story playing out of season. I watch tricks dissolve in distance haze, taillights blinking tight confessions. Every face becomes a blur, but yours returns with perfect beating. Maybe truth was quiet then, hidden in the things unsaid. Every mile reminds again, some words never reach the end. I hear your voice inside the tires, rolling low along the pavement line. Every mile rewinds a while, putting quiet memories behind. Still that whisper rides the wheels, turning slow but never gone. Oh, the miles refuse to heal. Oh, every road keeps leading on. Dawn begins to stain the eastern hills, gray horizon slowly breathing open. Another town size interviewed, like a scene I've somehow lived already. Hands still steady on the wheel, though the road feels strangely familiar. Every turn repeats a trace of the life I dearly answered. Baby, roads remember us even when we travel silent. Every mile returns because some echoes stay defiant. I hear your voice inside the tires, rolling low along the pavement line. Every mile rewinds the wire, pulling quiet memories behind. Still that whisper rides the wheels, turning slow but never gone. Oh, the miles refuse to heal. Every road keeps leading on. The boulevard holds a thin silver fog. The street lamps hover like patient planets. Newspapers drift along the concrete tide, carrying headlines that already forgot us. My shadow stretches through the empty crossing, long as the years behind my shoulders. Somewhere your name moves through the wind, quiet as frost along the railings. Time stacked its quiet architecture, layer by layer in silent stone. Yet certain nights reopen doors, hidden in the marrow of memory. Your memory walks the iron skyline, In the quiet geometry of night, you remain like distant ice. Subway tunnels breathe beneath the avenue, steel lungs moving through the darkness. Old posters ripple like tired galaxies, peeling stories from the walls. We were younger than the midnight trains, running through unfinished decades. Every promise rang metallic, like cold coins dropped in time. Years can bend the tallest towers, weather carving every line. Still some moments float unbroken like satellites that refuse to fall. Your memory walks the iron sky that the tallest buildings are made of years. Every window bend around it like slow gravity of flight. Oh, the noise of life is faded, still your outline stays precise. In the quiet geometry of night, you remain like distant eyes. Beyond the rooftops, molten sharkens, thin light sliding through the towers. Night withdraws its silent empire, step by step from empty streets. If the years were passing weather, then we were storms inside them, leaving marks on stone horizons. Oh, their patience learns to read. Nothing truly disappears here. Every step becomes a trace. Cities keep their hidden ledgers, written in the bones of slaves. Your memory walks the iron skyline, tallest building made of years. Every window bends around it like slow gravity of thought. Oh, the noise of life is faded, still your outline stays precise. The quiet geometry of night, you remain like distant night. Bartender wiping down the counter, neon humming by the door. Two old records near the jukebox, played 1,000 times before. Cold rack holding quiet stories, rain still resting on the floor. Somebody laughing near the corner, like they've been here years or more. Clock hands leaning past 11, glasses ringing soft and low. Nobody rushing for the exit. Everybody moving slow. Last call, soul groove. Feel it leaning through the room. Low guitar and quiet laughter, moving easy in the tune. Last call, soul groove. Let the rhythm take control. Everybody finding shelter in a late night kind of soul. Rose notes floating through the ceiling. Bass line walking through the floor. Old friends leaning close together. Talking like they're 24. Someone humming near the window. Watching headlights not away. Every table holds a memory that refuses not to stay. Outside engines past the corner. Inside time begins to bend. One more round before the silence. It's one more story for a friend. Last call, soul brew. Feel it leaning through the room. Low guitar and quiet laughter, moving easy in the tune. Last call, soul brew. Let the rhythm take control. Everybody finding shelter in a late night kind of soul. Bartender counting quiet dollars. Jukebox fading soft and slow. Somewhere down another avenue, another rhythm starts to blow. He's a sliding in the doorway. Footsteps drifting through the night. But the groove keeps moving somewhere. Past the final neon light. Last call, soul groove. Feel it leaning through the room. No guitar and quiet laughter, moving easy in the tune. Last call, soul groove. Let the rhythm take control. Everybody finding shelter in a late night kind of soul.
Street lights flicker on the avenue. Briefcase shadow long and thin. Coffee stains on folded headlines. Another working day tucked in. Subway tiles in faded colors carry footsteps of my prime. I trace the cracks along the concrete, like rings inside a trunk of time. Years lean gently on my shoulders, but my paws won't stand aside. Underneath the quiet surface, there's a current I can't hide. Golden platform, hold me steady while the night rolls by. Golden platform, I'm not finished, hear the low reply. Golden platform, still I'm standing firm beneath the weight. Golden platform, ladies only, another word for fate. Pay stubs folded in a drawer, letters tied with aging thread, kitchen laughter from the past, still alive inside my head. Neighbors waving from their porches, stories traded slow and deep. All the miles my body carried, every promise I could keep. When the mirror shows the mileage, I don't turn away. Oh, every line a quiet chapter, I was brave enough to stay. Golden platform, hold me steady while the night rolls by. Golden platform, I'm not finished, hear the low reply. Golden platform, still I'm standing firm beneath the weight. Golden platform, ladies only, another word for fate. Grandchild drawings on the fridge door, crooked songs and purple trees, tiny hands that pull me downward to my patient knees. Ooh, doctor's words about the numbers ringing softly in my ear. Still I lace my shoes each morning, walk the doubt away from fear. Every ache a small reminder, I have traveled far. Every breath a steady drama, marking who we are. Golden platform, hold me steady while the night rolls by. Golden platform, I'm not finished, hear the low reply. Golden platform, still I'm standing firm beneath the weight. Golden platform, ladies only, another word for fate. Ticket clutched in callous fingers, destination still unknown. Not every road was smooth or polished, but every step was owned. Engines hum beneath the floorboards like a vow I made at dawn. As long as rhythm fills my bloodstream, I will carry on. Even if the crowd grows thinner, even if the lights grow pale. Oh, there's a groove beneath the silence, riding every rail. Oh, golden platform, hold me steady while the night rolls by. Oh, golden platform, I'm not finished, hear the low reply. Oh, golden platform, still I'm standing firm beneath the wave. Golden platform, ladies only, another word for fate. Porch light flickers once then stays. Monsters circle in their ways. Wooden steps with worn out lines, holding years and quiet signs. Neighbor's window half ajar, distant hum of passing car. Night comes in without a sound, softly laying on the ground. Evening settles in the seams between the plans and what it means. Simple moments grow, soft and slow. Let that small light hold its place. Nothing more we need to chase. All the noise can fade away. It's enough to stay. Screen door tapping now and then, same as it was way back when. Empty chair beside the wall still feels like it knows it all. Crickets start their steady line, keeping loose an easy time. Air moves through but doesn't change. Everything remains. Every hour passing by doesn't ask the reason why. Familiar feeling shows what it knows. Let that small light hold its place. Nothing more we need to chase. All the noise can fade away. It's enough to stay. Leaning on the rail, cool air moving thin and pale. Street stays quiet, not too still, just enough to feel the feel. No beat change to mark the end, just the same that didn't bend. Somewhere far a window blows, that's just how it goes. Time keeps moving soft and wide, nothing lost and nothing tied. Every step we know comes and goes. Let that small light hold its trace. Nothing more we need to chase. All the noise can't fade away. Enough to stay. I kept a map of where I went, lines I drew with confidence. Thought I knew the proper road, every mile and every code. But the roads began to bend, past the places I had planned. Somewhere past a certain sign, nothing matched the line. Every turn I called a loss, every step I thought I crossed led me somewhere I could see later on was me. All the wrong turns on my map weren't as wrong as I believed. They were roads I couldn't read until they carried me. Some roads closed without a sign, some just slowly changed their line. And plans I held with steady hands quietly left where they began. I remember standing there, thinking thinking life was unfair, but the road kept moving on, long after the wrong. Looking back, the path is clear. From a distance through the years, pieces start to rearrange into chain. All the wrong turns on my map weren't as wrong as I believe. They were roads I couldn't read until they carried me. Now the map stays mostly blank, less control than what I planned. I still walk the way ahead without needing what I said. If a road begins to stray, I will simply let it play. Some directions only show after you let go. Every mile becomes a sign long after the passing time. Quiet lessons start to grow slow in life. All the wrong turns on my life weren't as wrong as I believed. They were roads I couldn't read until they carried me. Old transistor speaking low and thin. Dust road quiet where the trucks once been. Two lawn chairs facing down the lane. Wind dragging slow across the plain. Someone counting clouds out loud. Another man just watching ground. Daytime leaning on the fence. Nothing loud and nothing tense. Time walks slow along the street, dragging dust around our feet. Old tunes circling through like a passing view. Let that small radio carry the sound, rolling his rhythm through the town. Hands on knees, keeping the beat. Lazy pulse down the street. Paper cup rolling near the curb, a crow answering every word. Bench side talk about a game, nobody's certain of the name. Afternoon leaning toward shade, summer laughing half delayed. Windmill squeaking far away, same slow pace all day. Little crew from years ago, still the same familiar flow. Simple notes come through, nothing new. Small radio carry the sound, rolling its rhythm through the town. Hands on knees, keeping the beat. Lazy pulse down the street. Ooh, yeah. Evening leaning on the rail, the freight horn dragging down the trail. The street lamp buzzing overhead. Someone nodding half to bed, cricket starting up the band, the night settling across the land. That same station playing through, same old tune is move quiet down the road, carrying a simple load. Every chord we knew, doesn't prove. Rhythm through the town, hands on knees, keeping the beat. Lazy pulse down the street. Old platform humming after midnight. Yellow line fading under warm shoes. Train doors breathing open slowly. Station clock blinking, patient blue. Suitcase rolling soft on concrete. Coffee drifting through the hallway. Someone reading yesterday's paper. Quiet footsteps across the gray. Steel wheels whisper down the rail. Signals flicker red and green. Every rider passing chapter. Every stop a shifting scene. Take that slow train moving through the town. Soft wheels turning round and round. Every mile another story told. All the quiet tracks unwind. Ticket clerk accounting faded numbers. Calendar curling on the wall. Radio murmurs old orchestra. Morning waiting down the hall. Traveler tapping gentle rhythm. Boots a lime beside the chair. Wind sighs through the open doorway, carrying distant city air. Middle steps and lantern shadows. Engine waking, slow and low. Every whistle holds a memory. Every whistle lets it go. Take that slow train moving through the town. Soft wheels turning round and round. Oh, every mile another story told. While the quiet tracks unwind. Years move on like patient railways. Lines that stretch beyond the hill. Some keep walking, some keep waiting. Some just listen, standing still. Morning light across the platform. Dust dancing in everglow. Somewhere far another station calling travelers to go. Engine rolling into daylight. Signals clearing down the line. Every road becomes a rhythm. Every night becomes a sign. Take that slow train moving through the town. Soft wheels spin round and round. Every mile another story told. All the quiet tracks unwind. Tracks unwind. quiet fan hums through the ceiling. Curtains breathe against the window. A taxi idles by the corner. Soft horns drifting through the blocks. Someone waters tired flowers. Drops falling onto warm concrete. Distant laughter floats upward from a bar 2 streets below. Street rhythm tapping slowly like a pause beneath the railing. Something in the quiet turning pulls my steps toward the night. Midnight balcony, they call it low. The city breathing slow below me. Every shadow keeps a rhythm. Every step says, stay a little. Chairs beside a table, paint worn thin by many summers. Cigarette smoke climbs the darkness, drawing lines across the air. Motorcycles pass like whispers, neon flickers on the pavement. A train sighs beyond the river, carrying unknown stories. Streetlights blinking soft and patient, low drums hidden in the distance. Every corner turning slowly, like a wheel inside the night. Midnight balcony, calling low, city breathing slow below me. Yeah. Every shadow keeps a rhythm. Every step, stay a little. Morning highs behind the skyline, but the streets keep softly moving. Bakery doors begin to open, warm air drifting through the block. Newspapers laying on quiet doorsteps, hurry buses stretch the engine, still the rhythm keeps repeating. Still the pavement hums beneath. So something in the moving silence keeps the pulse beneath the surface. Every street repeats the pattern, slow and steady through the dark. Keeps a rhythm. Every scale, stay a little. Envelope sitting by the door, been there 3 whole days. I step over it each time, like it might go away. Finally I pick it up, already know the tone. Due date passed in simple print, nothing overblown. Not a crisis, not a fall, just another line. Still it hits a certain way, right on time. Late fee, here is nothing new about it. Small amount, but still enough, makes you think about it. Late fee, just the same, every now and then. up slow, catch you where you stand. Check the date, check again, like it might have changed. Think about the week before, where it got delayed. Could have paid it right on time, nothing in the way. Just one of those simple things, slipped another day. Not about the money, not about the cost, just that quiet kind of slip that gets lost. Late fee, here it is, nothing new about it. Small amount, but still enough, makes you think about it. Late fee, just the same, every now and then. Little things that stack up slow, can't you where you stand? I sit down and pay it off. Screen goes back to clear. Nothing really changes now, same as yesterday here. Still I let it sit a bit before I move on, like I'm marking something small I can't let go. No big lesson, nothing deep, just a passing thing, but it leaves a little mark under everything. Here it is, nothing new about it. Small enough, but still enough, makes you think about it. Late fee, just the same, every now and then. Little things that stack up slow, get you where you stand. Paper cup left near the sink, lip mark fading on the rim, water line just slightly low, no one there to let it go. Calendar turned but not aligned, dates don't match the state of mind. Shoes kicked off but not in pairs, something lingers in the air. Pieces fall but never break, some remain, some rearrange. What we didn't say finds a way. Let her rest where it became. Not everything needs a name. What we hold and what we lose, both are something we can use. Door left open just a bit, wind decides the shape of it. Table edge worn smooth and pale, stories settled in the grain. Phone lights up but no reply, message sits without a why. Outside moves but stays the same, nothing calling out your name. Every turn without a sign, still connects in quiet lines. Moments
Attention,
overlap,
the US
no
30
clear
is reaching 50% on a weekly chart.
Not everything needs a name. What we hold and what we lose, both are something we can use. The floor, not the same as not before. Corner stretch where never meet. Time moves differently in the P. Thoughts arrive without a call. Some don't settle in at all. Still they pass lessons we betray softly out of place. Nothing fixed and nothing stays, only shifts in smaller ways. Every trace we knew change of view. Let it rest where it came. Not everything needs a name. What we own and what we use, both are something we can use.
Attention, the US 30 is reaching 50% on weekly chart. Attention, the US 30 is reaching 50% on weekly chart.
You stay like breath without a shape. Something I could
Attention, the US 30 is reaching 50% on weekly chart.
Still nothing felt the same. Your voice was close but never landed. Like it hovered
Attention,
just
the
outside.
US 30
I
is
almost
reaching
reached a place
50%
concluded,
on weekly chart.
but it shifted every time. There's a feeling I can't settle. It keeps adjusting when I try. Every time I think I've placed it, it redraws itself inside. You remain like breath without a shape, moving through what I became. Not enough to hold on to, still too close to walk away. Every thought been slightly with you, even when I turn it off, like a line that won't stay finished, no matter where I stop. No matter where I stop. You felt like something almost certain, but I never proved it true. Like an answer on the surface that I couldn't follow through. Time moves clean in straight directions, but you stay between the lines. Like a meaning I kept missing every single time. There's a trace that keeps returning without asking to be known. Every step I take around, it still feels slightly overthrown. You remain like breath without a shape, never skilled and never gone. Not enough to bring you back, still enough to carry on. Every feeling tilts around you in a way I can't explain. Like a phone that won't stay solid, still and never falling face. Ba-da, 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 ba-da. I don't follow what it means now, or decide what it became. Some things don't require answers, some don't need a name. You're not something I can measure, not a loss I can define. Just a shift inside the pattern that keeps moving over time. There's a quiet I've adjusted to, even though I never tried. It just fits into the structure of everything inside. You remain like breath without a shape, even now without a place. Not enough to disappear, still too present to erase. Every ending leaves emotion, even after it is done. Like a line that keeps extending, even when it's come undone. You remain like breath without a shape. You stay like a pulse, I stopped counting, still repeating under breath. Every time I tried to quiet it, it adjusted to my steps. Your voice was barely a direction, more like pressure in a line. I followed just to realize it never stayed in time. There's a pattern in the distance that refuses to align. Every time I think I catch it, it redraws a different line. You remain like a thin post trace, running through what I became. Not enough to take control, still enough to shift the frame. Every thought moves slightly off, even when I hold it straight. Like a signal just miswritten, always slightly out of place. You felt like something nearly stable, but it never held its form. Like a balance always tilting, still pretending to be known. Time moves forward without asking, but you settle in between. Like a mark I never noticed, still affecting everything. There's a shift I can't ignore now, even when I let it pass. Every step I take around it feels connected to the last. You remain like a faint post trace, never gone and never clear. Not enough to bring you back, still too present not to hear. Every feeling leans a fraction toward a place I can't define. Like a line that keeps on drifting just outside of every line. Not outside of every line. I don't fight, I don't follow what it means now, or decide what it became. Some things never ask for answers, some don't need a name. You're not something I can measure, not a loss I understand, just a trace that keeps on running through the structure of my hands. Quiet in the movement that I never chose to keep. Still it settles in the rhythm of the way I think and breathe. Oh, you remain like a dead post trace, even now without a frame. Not enough to disappear, still too present to erase. Every ending leaves emotion, even after it is done. Like a line that keeps on shifting, even when it's over. Ah, that's over. Be the droplets blinking steady, sacred dust shaking slow. Muted bass walks pacing circles, old street breeze begins to blow. Tin Harbor carousel turning, quiet wheels above the pier. Painted horses chipped by weather, still pretending you are here. Paul muted guitar keeps ticking, like a watch that lost its face. Evening boats drift without speaking through the harbor's hollow space. Beat a trace in tiny spirals, shake a dust in soft rotation. Something in this slow repeat and pulls me back to that location. Tin Harbor carousel, turning where the memories dwell. Keep the rhythm, ring the bell. Tin horses move in time. Old reflections still align. Round again the quiet spell. Tin Harbor carousel. Faded tickets in my jacket. Salted breeze across the board. Ooh, baseline walking so impatient. Like a promise half restored. Your footsteps live inside the planks, yeah. Every crake repeats the tale. Time keeps sailing past the harbor, but the groove refuses pale. Turning slowly, still revolving, hearing, chiming, mighty, solving, round and steady, soft and well. Harbor carousel, Tin Harbor carousel, turning where the memories grow. Keep the rhythm, ring the bell. Tin Harbor carousel, Tin Harbor carousel, wooded horses move in time. Old reflections still alive. Wild again the quiet stars. Tin Harbor carousel. Tin Harbor carousel. Tin Harbor carousel. You stayed like an orbit without a center, circle on something I couldn't see. Every time I thought I knew it, it shifted quietly in me. Your voice was almost a direction, but never pointed anywhere. I followed just to lose the outline that was never really there. There's a movement in the distance that never fully comes into view. Every time I try to trace it, it rearranges into you. You remain like an unfinished orbit, always turning, never still. Not enough to pull me under, still enough to bend my will. Every thought adjusts around you, even when I let it go. Like a path but keeps on curving, with no place to finally go. You felt like something nearly certain, but never settled into form. Like a balance slightly broken, but somehow still the norm. Time continues in straight lines, but you move against the flow. Like a question with no ending, still repeating soft and low. There's a pattern in the turning that I almost recognize. Every cycle feels familiar, still it never aligns. You remain like a schist in orbit, never fixed and never gone. Not enough to bring you closer, still too present to move on. Every feeling leaves emotion, either way I can't explain. Like a curve that won't resolve itself, still repeating all the same. I don't follow where it's leading or define what it became. Some things move without a center, some don't need a name. You're not something I can measure, not a loss I understand. Just emotion without ending, the peak shifting where I stand. like an unfinished organ. Even now it's out of frame, not enough to disappear, still too present to escape. Every ending leaves emotion, even after it is gone, like a path that keeps on bending, even when it should be done. All my life I wrote the lines, careful captors, careful signs. Every page a steady plan for the story of a man. Thought the meaning waited there, at the ending somewhere clear, like a lesson neatly placed at the rear. But the pages kept on turning, while the quiet truth was learning not to wait for final scenes in between. Life is written in the afterword, things you understand too late. Meaning shows up quietly after every page. After every page. Moments pass without a mark, ordinary days and talk. Nothing seemed to carry weight in the middle of the state. But the years begin to show hidden value long ago. Every small and passing thing starts to glow. Looking back, the lines align, different from the old design. Truth appears without a sign down the line. Life is written in the afterword, things you understand too late. Meaning shows up quietly after every page. With lighter hands, less control to where it lands. Every day another line without forcing any sign. Maybe stories never close, maybe wisdom simply grows while we walk and look behind. Now and then, every year a different sight, every thought a softer light, drowning wet with all we knew. Interview, life is written in the afterword, things you understand today. It shows up quietly after every page. Striped pole turning slow outside. Bell rings when I step in. After shaving, talcum made radio low and thin. Magazine from years ago, balanced on my knee. Mirror lined with wooden frames, multiplying me. Cloak around my shoulders tight, chair begins to spin. Loose hair falling to the floor like shedding old skin. Barbershop echo in the room. Scissors keep in tune. Snip snap in the afternoon under a silver moon. Barbershop echoes steady and light. Fresh fade, feeling right. Step back out into the night. Clean and cut and tight. Man beside me telling jokes, same ones every year. Still we laugh like it's the first sound bouncing off the mirror. Young kid waiting by the door, studying his style, watching how the older men sit easy for a while. Clipper buzzing near my ear, no electric glide, not a worry in the chair, just rhythm in the ride. Barbershop echo in the room, scissors keep in tune. Snip snap in the afternoon under a silver moon. Barbershop echoes steady and light. Fresh fade, feeling right. Step back out into the night. Clean and cut and tight. Barber dust my collar down, brush against my neck. Hands me back my glasses slow. Time to reconnect. I check the line along my beard. Sharp but not severe. Little lift inside my chest like a quiet cheer. Cash exchanged and nods are made. Door swings open wide. Street light catching polished shoes. Confidence outside. Barbershop echo in the room. Scissors keep in tune. Spit snap in the afternoon under a silver moon. Barbershop echoes steady and light. Fresh fade, feeling right. Step back out into the night. Clean and cut and tight. The air moves first before I notice, like it's checking if I'm still here. A distant hum folds into silence, then disappears before it's clear. My footsteps pause without a reason, as if the ground forgot my weight. Even the night keeps its distance, like it's learning how to hesitate. Something near but undefined, brushes past and leaves no sign. I turn slow but nothing's there, just a shift inside the air. Even my name feels temporary, like it slips when I repeat. All these shapes around my body never fully let me meet. A loose sound drifts across the distance, like it forgot what it became. And the walls hold quieted impressions that never settle into frame. There's a pause inside each second where something almost tries to form. Then it softens back to nothing before it can be born. Something calls clothes without a tone. Not outside, but not my own. I get close, but lose the trace. Like get shifted out of place. Even my name feels temporary. Like it slips when I repeat. All these shapes around my body never fully let me meet. Whoa, no. No clear line between the moments. They just blur and reappear. Like a thought that won't compete itself, but keeps drawing near. I'll stand still inside the pattern that I never chose to see. And it slowly turns around me like it's trying on me. Something's different of the form. Need a quiet, no storm. Just enough to pull me through what I almost knew. Even my name feels temporary. Like it slips when there repeat. These shapes around my body never fully let me meet. The payphone glowing by the laundromat, numbers fading on the plate, coins waiting in my pocket, like they understand the weight. A truck rolls past the corner, headlights sliding on the street. Every sound feels extra careful, like the night is holding breath. The dial tone for the receiver, humming low and thin. Every second on the line feels like it might begin. Standing in the payphone glow, listening to the tone. Somewhere on the other side, maybe someone's home. A soda sand flickers slowly through the window down the block. A taxi passes half asleep, rolling past the clock. The cord twisting in my fingers while the numbers turn around. Every ring across the distance feels louder than the sound. The street wind pushing through the doorway, paper drifting low. Every quiet midnight corner has a place to go. Standing in a payphone glow, listening to the tone. Somewhere on the other side, maybe someone's home. The call dissolves into the silence, coins falling with the time. Morning waiting at the edges of the passing time. The headset resting on the cradle, neon dimming slow. Every word that wasn't spoken still refuses to go. First bus moving down the avenue, engine started low. Another night dissolving in the payphone glow. Standing in the payphone glow, listening to the tone. Somewhere on the other side, is someone's home. Quiet taxis slide past yellow windows. Street vendors fold their quiet tables. Old radio murmurs distant rhythm. Someone hums behind a closing gate. The night bus breeze beside the corner. A stray dog studies passing shadows. My shoes keep time on cracked pavement. Lanterns tremble above the alley. Footsteps circle the same old block. Low drum speaking under the traffic. Something in the rhythm keeps turning, like a wheel that forgot the morning. Lantern district turning slow. City breathing low and hollow. Every window tells a secret. Every rhythm says keep walking. The newspaper drifts along the curb. Someone laughs behind a stairwell. Tiny cafe spoons keep tapping. Porcelain clinks like coded language. Old men leaning near the doorway, talking softly over dominoes. Moonlight spills across the crosswalk. Time moves sideways through the avenue. Street light blinking like a signal. Low palm echoes in the distance. Every block repeats the pattern like a song the pavement remembers. Lantern district turning slow. City breathing low and hollow. Every window tells a secret. Every rhythm says keep walking. Morning highs behind the rooftops, but the light refuses leaving. Train rails home beneath the concrete, sail the vibration through the avenue. Coffee steam calls through the sign. Bakery lights begin to flicker. Still the drums keep speaking softly. Still the street keeps pulling forward. Something in the quiet motion keeps the pulse beneath the surface. Every corner turns the same way. Round and round the lantern goes. Lantern district turning slow. City breathing low and hollow. Every window tells a secret. Every rhythm says keep Street. Street lamp leaning over tired avenues. Shoes whisper slow against the pavement grain. Old cinema posters breathing dusty perfume. Taxi shadows stretching thin like paper cranes. Radio murmurs through an open window. Someone laughs then lets the silence stay. A quiet rhythm in the passing headlights. Night keeps counting every step I take. Footsteps circle around the block again. City home becomes a second skin. Something moving under every sound, like a pulse that never settles down. Borrowed boulevard under my stride. Every corner keeping something inside. Slow wheels turning where the streetlights bend. Walking the same long road again. Window fan singing a crooked lullaby. Curtains breathing with the midnight air. Someone watering plants on the fire escape. Droplets falling through the neon glare. Old billboard blinking, tired advertisements. Pain peeling under summer feet. A distant whistle from the river crossing. Time tapping lightly with my feet. Every single flick is once, then twice. Every stranger moving through the night. Something through the avenue, like a rhythm only I can hear. I rode Boulevard under my stride. Every corner keeping something inside. Slow wheels turning where the street lights bend. Walking the same long road again. Yeah. Bus shelter glowing, pale and patient. Empty bench holding quiet weight. Footprints fading in the cooling asphalt. Stories scattered through the gate. Somewhere coffee cups still clinking softly. Late shift voices drifting low. I keep pacing through the quiet breathing where the slow night currents flow. Footsteps shook around the block again. City home becomes a second skin. Something moving under every sound, like a pulse that never settles down. Bravo Boulevard under my stride. Every corner keeping something inside. Slow wheels turning where the street lights bend. Walking the same road again. Kalimba ringing soft and bright. Morning leaning on the stream. River curling left and right. Moving like a drifting dream. Oh, cab resting on the rail. Boot heels marking gentle time. sliding down the trail. Baseline joins the rhyme. Let that pocket settle low. Hear it rolling through the ground. Little grooves begin to grow in that easy country sound. Step along, let the shuffle roll. River wind inside the beat. Simple rhythm fills the soul, moving every tired feet. Step along. Fishing line across the bank. Quiet circles on the floor. Someone waving to a friend from a porch across the road. Loose guitar begins to chop. Rocks cards drifting in the air. Ooh, don't rush and never stop. Floating everywhere. Hear that drum beneath the sound. Walking steady, soft and beat. Every step upon the bound finds a rhythm it can keep. Step along, let the shuffle roll. Simple rhythm fills the soul, moving every tired feet. Sliding down the shore, horse life blinking one by one. Old man laughing by the store, talking low in days of dawn. Years keep walking down the lane, but the groove stays loose and kind. River humming its refrain. Settling into mind. Let it breathe and let it stay. Like a drum the road once knew. Little rhythm in the day. Always pulling people through. Oh, step along, let the shuffle roll. Wind inside the beat. Simple rhythm fills the soul, moving every tired feet. Fluorescent buzzing over concrete. Plastic signs begin to glow. Coffee warming on the counter. Drivers staring at the road. Old pickup idling by the pumps. Loose change sliding in a tray. Night clerk watching silent headlights. Passing slowly on the way. Highway humming in the distance. Engines breathing through the lane, something steady in the silence, like a low familiar chain. Gas station blues at 2 a.m. Engines rolling through the night. Every traveler chasing something past the glowing roadside light. Gas station blues at 2 a.m. Miles stretching far ahead. Just the rhythm of the highway running circles in my head. Paper receipt across the counter, someone rubbing tired eyes, struck tires singing on the asphalt under quiet southern skies. Road chords drifting from the speakers, soft like stories half untold. Driver tapping on my dashboard, keeping rhythm with the road. Passing trailers in the darkness, red lights sliding left to right. Every mile becomes a signal through the middle of the night. Gas station blues at 2 a.m. And he's rolling through the night. Every traveler chasing something past the glowing roadside light. Ooh, gas station blues at 2 a.m. My stretching far ahead. Just the rhythm of the highway running circles in my head. Windshield holding empty highways, radio speaking soft and low. Billboards standing in the distance, watching all the drivers go. Someone laughing in the parking, door slams that go through the air. Every road keeps quiet motion, like a song that's always there. Engines breathing in the darkness, rolling past the faded sign. Every traveler keeps a real eye, moving somewhere down the line. Gas station blues at 2 a.m. Engines rolling through the night. Every traveler chasing something past the glowing roadside light. Gas station blues at 2 a.m. Miles stretching far ahead. Just the rhythm of the highway running circles in my head. Old radio humming like a tired friend. Shoes by the doorway that remember when. Clock on the wall takes a longer breath. Every tick softer, flirting with the rest. Street light flickers like it knows my name. Neighbors move slower, but it feels the same. Coffee gone cold, still I take a sip. Time never rushes, just loosens its grip. We don't chase the thunder anymore. We just listen when the floorboards roar. Every wrinkle tells a quiet truth. Nothing wasted in the proof. Hold it steady, let the rhythm lean. Life ain't louder than the in-between. Every second got a softer shine. Ooh, we were rushing. Now we take our time. Photographs curled at the edges fade. Names in the margins we never erased. Went through the curtains, hums low and sweet. Carrying stories down the street. Heads got slower, but they still know how to fix what's broken in the here and now. Nothing we carried was ever too much. We just forgot the power of touch. We don't run from silence anymore. Hear the language in the quiet floor. Every shadow shaped by truths. Nothing wasted in the proof. Hold it steady, let the rhythm lean. Life ain't louder than the in-between. Every second got a softer shade. Ooh, we were rushing. Now we take our time. Without a fight, gentle blow instead of blinding light. We don't measure what we miss, just trace the outlines with a twist. Steps are fewer, but they land just right. No need racing towards the night. All the noise we left behind. Now it's peace we finally find. We don't chase the thunder anymore. Just feel the weight beneath the flow. Every breath a living truth. Nothing wasted in the proof. Steady, let the rhythm lead. Ooh, life is louder than the in-between. Every second got a softer shine. We were rushing. Now we take our time. The radio hums without a song, just a signal stretching thin, static drifting soft and long, like it's letting silence in. Knob half turned, it never lands. Between the stations it once knew, still it holds in fragile strands, something almost coming through. What we tried to tune so clear, now just lingers somewhere near. Not a voice we recognize, but it stays between the lines. The radio that stayed on low knows the things we didn't show, not in words or melodies, but in quiet frequency. Late at night it fills the room, Not with sound, but with a trace of a time that didn't bloom, but still lingers in the space. Every pause becomes a prayer, waving through what we don't say. Not quite living, not quite dead, just refusing to decay. All the signals fade and bend, but they never truly end. They just shift beyond the range of the words we try to name. The radio that stayed on still carries what it always will. That a song we used to know, but a place we couldn't go. Turning off the sound. There's a comfort in the hiss, the way it stays around. Nothing clear and nothing strong, yet it speaks in its own way, like a memory without form that refuses to fade away. What remains is not defined, not in signal, not in time, but in something faint and true that keeps reaching back to you. The radio has stayed on low, holds the things we didn't show. Now these songs we let it play, but it would refuse to fade. Low bass walking through the dark, street lights sliding on the floor, loose collar, quiet breathing, doorways drifting by once more. Shoulders moving to the pocket, not a word has to be said. Rhythm pulling every step like a wire through my chest. Small pulse under the skin, slow heat settling in. Every ride locking tight, holding up the night. Night current pulling me, soft electricity, lean into the groove, let the body move. Let the body move. Baseline bends around the corner, footsteps fall between the drums. Air is thick with quiet motion, every passing shadow hums. No big story in the moment, just the pressure of the beat. Tiny shifts of weight and balance, rolling steady through the street. Small pulse under the skin, slow heat settling in. Every door locking tight, holding up a night. Night current pulling me, soft electricity, lean into the groove, let the body move. breath drifting with the tempo, eyes half closed and then grow. Nothing rushing, nothing pushing, just the undertow. Tom guitar fix the rhythm, shakers dancing left and right. Every step lands perfectly inside the moving night. Small pulse under the skin, slowly settling in. Everybody locking tight, holding up the night. Night current pulling me, soft electricity leading to the groove. A paper boat slips down the gutter after a careless summer rain. Street puddles turn to silver oceans for a captain with a folded dream. A child releases tiny voyages into rivers made of sidewalks, and the current carries kingdoms through the labyrinth of drains. Raindrops tap a quiet rhythm on the roofs of passing time. Little ships of hopeful paper sailing lines we cannot rhyme. Paper boats in puddled oceans, tiny fleets of drifting white. Every corner of the city turns to harbor in the light. Let the rivers of the rainfall carry kingdoms far away. In the arithmetic of childhood, every drop becomes a bay. Backyards bloom with plastic sodas, battles fought in grass and shade. The bicycles like iron comets strake along the evening lane. We believe the clouds were mountains waiting somewhere to be climbed, and the wind was just a messenger for the secrets of the sky. Years arrive like quiet thunder through the calendars we keep, yet the child inside the memory never truly falls asleep. Somewhere in forgotten puddles, all our paper navies glide. Tiny sails of hopeful stories drifting on the turning tide. And every laugh that comes an island floating far inside the mind. And the rivers of tomorrow follow maps we left behind. Silver sidewalks leaving quiet trails of sun. All the ships have disappeared now, every voyage finally done. But the sky still keeps the rainfall and the memory of clouds. Yeah. And the wind remember softly how our paper fleets were proud. Paper boats keep sailing through the rainfall of the years. Let the bottles turn to oceans for the hopes we lost as peers. If tomorrow dries the river, still the wind will understand how once could rule a drifting land. I found a drawer that wouldn't close right, filled with paper I forgot, faded tickets with no places, just the dates of where I was. Ink has thinned into a whisper, names dissolve along the edge, like they're slowly being taken by a past I never kept. Every line begins to blur. Was it mine or hers? I can't tell what's left or gone. Only that it lingers on. All these moments I held on to never stayed the way they were. Now they rest inside a drawer, speaking softer than a word. There's a receipt for something small I don't remember buying now, and a number on a corner that I wouldn't know how to call back into existence, even if I tried again. Some connections fade so gently you don't notice where they end. All these moments I held on to never stayed the way they were. Now they rest inside a drawer, speaking softer than a word. Fragments like they've settled into place, not asking to be remembered, just existing with their trace. I closed the drawer without deciding what to keep or throw away. Some things don't need an answer, they just fade into their day. Every piece I couldn't hold turns to something small and old, not erased but out of view, still a part of something true. All these moments I held on to never stayed the way they were. Now they rest inside a drawer, speaking softer than a word. Theater bass rolls into a patient loop. Dry drums tapping a late night pose. Gonna drops, quiet notes between the spaces. Last bus leaving Meridian. Driver barely looking back. 3 old strangers by the window. Yellow lamps across the black. I keep thinking about Tuesday, how you waved and shut the door. Didn't say a single sentence that we hadn't said before. Shaking, soft and steady. Road line sliding under wheels. Funny how a quiet evening turns into the way it feels. Last bus from Meridian, rolling past the closing bars. Nothing but the road ahead. Last beside my coat. City fading into dark. Just the rhythm of the ride. Last bus from Meridian. Old man sleeping 2 rows forward, hat pulled down across his face. Someone humming low and distant, like a song without a place. Baseline walking calm and even, like it knows the way by heart. Somewhere past the county highway, everything begins to part. Long road, no sound. Street lights falling, one by one. Done down, keep rolling. Don't ask why, don't ask why. Just another mile goes by. Ooh. Last bus from Meridian, rolling past the closing bars. Nothing but the road ahead. Last bus from Meridian, empty seat beside my coat. City fading into dark, just the rhythm of the ride. Last bus from Meridian. Muted bass circles slowly. Ooh, the clay pulse breathing low. Quarter strings drip gentle patterns. Street lights flicker in tempo. Lanterns hanging over Harbor Street sway like tired sailors thinking. Your old letters in my coat pocket, softest ties that keep on sinking. Palm muted guitar taps the pavement, clavinet sparks in tiny lines. Evening traffic slides like shadows through the quiet seams of time. Cora whispers patient circles, voodoo answers warming around. Something in this rolling rhythm keeps your footsteps in the sound. Lanterns over Harbor Street, swinging slow with tired feet. Hold the groove beneath the heat. Lanterns over Harbor Street, every corner softly sways, carrying forgotten days. Night remembers what we keep. Lanterns over Harbor Street. Old cafe shutters breathing slowly, neon buzzing tight and thin. Your reflection lives in puddles where the harbor breeze moves in. Baseline looping steady patience, like a clock that never shouts. Time walks gently through the city while the rhythm wanders out. Slowly drifting, legs swinging, caught up lying, voodoo ringing, soft rotation. Wine Street, lavish swaying with the beat. like silver droplets, you to breathe and deep and slow. Legends drifting, don't stop swaying. Soft drum tapping out the room, faint light leaning into blue. Rows of meters holding still, nothing rising past the wheel. Someone standing by the frame, reading numbers without name. Air so quiet it can stay till it fades away. There's a moment in between, not quite gone, not fully seen. Like it rests, then it slips aside, out of sight. Don't follow, don't define. Let it move without a sign. What goes through won't always stay. It just passes on its way. Cool tone drifting from the board, low response without a source. Someone turns it down halfway and just lets it sit that way. No reaction left to show, just a steady, quiet flow. Nothing forming into sound, just around. Hard to place it where it falls, not quite near and not too far. It arrives, then disappears without ease. Don't follow, don't define. Let it move without a sign. What goes through won't always stay. It just passes on its way. Daybreak settling on the line, everything in simple time. Drums still marking out the space, nothing quick and nothing late. Hear the rest, no need to act, nothing missing, nothing lacked. All of it just drifting through, same old view. Let it come and let it fade, no clear mark it ever made. Still we watch it go, soft and slow. Don't follow, don't define. Let it move without a sign. What goes through won't always stay. It just passes on its way. The light leans low across the quiet floor, stretching slowly as if it has nowhere left to be. I sit without intention, letting the air settle around me like something that remembers more than I do. Every object holds a softness now, as though the years have taken the sharpness out of everything. Feeling time feels different here, not something moving forward, but something resting in place. What I try to hold too tightly loosens without asking why. Not disappearing, just becoming something I don't need to name. All the urgency that filled me fades into a quieter shape, leaving only what remains when nothing needs to change. There is no distance left to close, no unfinished road that calls me. In this pause I come to know, nothing missing, nothing falling. I remember how I measured every passing day against a line I thought I had to reach. How every silence felt like something empty, something waiting to be filled before it slipped away. Now I hear it differently, like a voice that doesn't need to speak to say what it has always meant. Not in words or answers, but in the way it stays unchanged and not afraid. All the places I was running toward, it folded into where I stand. Not as something lost behind me, but as something carried without weight. And the more I try to follow it, the more it simply lets me be. Like a quiet understanding I was never meant to chase. There is no distance left to close, no distant voice still calling. In this stillness something grows, without rising, without falling. Yeah. Settles in, I don't feel the need to hold on to what the day has been. It leaves without resistance, like it trusts that I will understand what it has given me. Every year is shaped a quieter way of seeing, not to what I gain, but what I no longer need. And in that space I find a kind of presence that will always there, just waiting. There's no question left unanswered, only things I don't divide. No beginning and no ending, just a moment widened out. And a peace I never noticed down right without a sound, like it's always then around me. Left to close, no forgotten part to follow. In this quiet something holds all of yesterday and tomorrow. Station bench holding quiet stores. Take your window closing slow. Suitcase wheels across the platform. Low announcements start to blow. Old transistor near the doorway, playing something soft and thin. People leaning into motion, waiting for the ride to begin. Headlights bending down the rail line, Meadows singing underneath. Something steady in the distance, like a pulse beneath the street. Night train groove keeps rolling through the sleepers and the towns. Every mile keeps train groove keeps rolling through the dark and through the day. I just ride the rhythm while the wheels all find their way. Paper cup beside a jacket, soft conversations fade, conductor tapping metal handles, checking numbers that were made. The rose chords drifting from a headset, loose and easy in the air. Someone tracing quiet patterns with a finger on a chair. Signals blinking down the corridor, passing towns we never named. Every carriage keeps repeating just a slightly different frame. Night train groove keeps rolling through the sleepers and the towns. Every mile keeps turning while the quiet settles down. Night train groove keeps rolling through the dark and through the day. I just ride the rhythm while the wheels all find their way. Window blast holes passing highways, distant diners blowing red. Traffic lights moving through the farmland, slow horizons up ahead. Someone humming half a melody, low and steady by the hour. Every mile becomes a marker, every town another mile. Morning hiding past the ridges, tracks still stretching far ahead. Every sound becomes a signal, every thought a friend. Night train groove keeps you rolling through the sleepers and the town. Every mile keeps turning while the quiet settles down. Night train keeps rolling through the dark and through the day. Just ride the rhythm while the wheels all find their way. Table edge cuts a straight line, doesn't bend to fit the time. Glass reflects but doesn't keep any trace of what it meets. Door half open, not by choice, just enough to kill the noise. Steps land light but leave no mark, like they vanish in the dark. It moves once, then it's done. No repeat, no rerun. What you saw is already gone before it's known. Don't leave it, let it pass. Nothing built here ever lasts. Keep it loose, keep it thin. Don't let it settle in. Wall hold shapes, but not for long. They shift before they settle wrong. Light hits once, then pulls away like it's got no need to stay. A voice appears without a face, breaks apart without a trace. Even sound don't fully land sand slips right through an open hand. It starts clean, then it breaks. No pattern that it takes. What you catch won't ever stay. It slips away. Don't lean in, let it pass. Nothing built here ever lasts. Keep it loose, keep it thin. Don't let it settle in. Morning sits but doesn't rise. Flat against your open eyes. No demand, no saddle pull. Just a space that stays half full. Hands don't reach, they just remain. Free from want, free from gain. Everything that tried to stay turns and clears itself away. No clearing, no defined edge that you can underline. What you felt is already gone. Before it's known, don't need it, let it pass. Nothing built here ever lasts. Keep it loose, keep it thin. Don't let it settle in. Old payphone standing by the corner wall, loose cord hanging to the side. Coins waiting in a jacket pocket, bus brakes side down the street. Shoes turning slow on concrete squares, a paper cup rolls past the curb. Someone dialing patient numbers, the groove sizzles low in the air. Fingers tapping on the metal frame, heads not small to the beat. Little rhythm in the silence, nothing pushing the time. Drop the coin, let the line ring through. Low tone down the wire, have one sharp on the backbeat line. Old calls never retire. Drop the coin, let the line ring through. Low tone down the wire, have one sharp on the backbeat line. Old calls never retire. Street vendor folding his table, loose talk drifting around. Taxi tires roll through puddles, a suitcase rests by the pole. Voices crossing the evening air, footsteps pacing the block. Every word rides a rhythm, moving slow down the line. Coin sliding into the slot, heads leaning with the groove. Little rhythm in the waiting, nothing louder than needed. Drop the coin, let the line ring through. Low tone down the wire, got one sharp on the backbeat line. Oh, call never retire. Drop the coin, let the line ring through. Low tone down the wire, got one sharp on the backbeat line. Oh, call never retire. Like signs flicker down the avenue, engines humming distant roads. Someone laughing through the receiver, a light wind moves the cold. Street lamps watching the sidewalk, late steps cross the square. Every corner holds a rhythm, waiting for another call. Old numbers circle the line, turning slow and true. Every voice finds the moment when the beat comes through. Drop the coin, let the line ring through. Low tone down the wire, my short on the backbeat line. Oh, calls never retire. Let the line ring through. My short on the backbeat line. Streetlight leaning over empty lanes. Old bus engine fading down the plains. Window blow across the avenue. Someone watching traffic rolling through. Loose newspaper turning in the breeze. Quiet footsteps moving with ease. Late cafe closing, one more chair. Soft city breathing in the air. Every night repeats the line. Same slow pulse through space and time. Nothing rushing through the view. Just the road returning you. Walking down the boulevard again. City humming soft and thin. Nothing loud to make it move. Just that steady midnight groove. Neon diner blinking slow. Coffee steam begins to grow. Taxi headlights past the curb. Lake shift laughter every word. Old jukebox behind the bar, playing low for no one far. Time just sliding through the room like a quiet drifting tune. Every corner keeps the trace of someone leaving the same place. No big story left to prove. Still the rhythm starts to move. Walking down the boulevard again. City humming soft and thin. Nothing loud to make it move. Just that steady midnight groove. Morning trucks begin their run. Pale light touching everyone. Bakery doors begin to rise. Sleep still resting in the eyes. Street sweep determined slow. First bright colors start to show. Night just stepping out of you. Leaving one more day for you. Every road will spin the same. Different shoes but equal frames. City breathing in the groove. Turning slow but always smooth. Walking down the boulevard again. City humming soft and thin. Nothing loud to make it move. Just that steady midnight groove. That steady midnight groove. That steady midnight groove. You stood where no one stands too long. Mouth full of spatty, humming wrong. A cross spun out beside your heel. The ground forgot how time should feel. You caught a curd against the breeze. The saw had some dying tears. The city blinked but didn't care. Your hands moved like a silent prayer. this, don't wait for anyone. Still you stare like something's gone. Tangled in some you used to know. Go by a rhythm, moving slow. You look the way that we have drove. Still chasing bliss, on we have been. The shop friends lean like don't-go friends. Each glass reflects how nothing ends. A taxi crawls with hollow moan. You might like truth, you always know. The tempo walks just out of reach. A sermon lost without a preach. The sidewalk displays leave your shoes. You vanish in a minor blues. The moment cracked but left no sound. A loop of steps you never found. Tangled in sound you used